Hi guys, my name is Anton Voroniuk and I'm happy to have you on our online conference SMM Day. Today we will talk about how to use social media to get better results, grow your audience, get more conversions, and of course to start your digital marketing career as social media specialist, a Facebook marketer, Instagram marketer, TikTok marketer, or using other social media marketing tools. Today, we have a lot of great speakers with us. We have a lot of case studies, and I hope this conference will be really helpful for you. Let's start from the right thing. Put like to this video on your YouTube channel, and please subscribe to us. You can find me on LinkedIn, and let's start meeting each other on LinkedIn. You can connect me in LinkedIn, just find as Anton Voroniuk, and I will be happy to learn more about you from chat. Just write in chat from which country are you watching us right now. Meanwhile, I will go to the presentation and start talking about my first today's theme. It will be top 23 SMM AI tools for digital marketers. Today, I will share with you best practices and the best tools that you can start using for your digital marketing approach. Before I will share these tools with you, let's start and talk a little bit more about us. Right now, we are a big part of a friendly group of companies, Webpromo. Webpromo, a digital marketing agency, is 15 years on the market. And if you have any task you need to be helped with your digital marketing, paid traffic, SEO, and so on, we can do it. We are Google Premier partner, Facebook marketing partner, and TikTok partner. As agency, we work with the global international brands such as Coca-Cola, Johnson & Johnson, BNP Paribas, United Nations, etc. If we talk about our team, 150 people, great specialists, mostly based right now in Ukraine. Of course, after the war started, there are a lot of people which are in Poland, the United States, Canada. I'm now in Portugal with my family, but we support Ukraine. We are talking that Russia is a terrorist state, and if you want to support Ukrainians, in this war, just don't hesitate. You can do it donating to the such funds as United 24 or doing through such fund as Save Life. So support Ukraine, support Ukrainians, and good things will defeat the evil things. So our Udemy approach is what made us started all these activities, all our online conferences. And right now we have a pretty big audience on Udemy. We have mostly 500,000 students from 200 countries. And today we will have for you special gift. You can enroll in our courses by the best Udemy price. All this information will be in the last slides. So it's just few things need to know about us, about our Udemy approach. What do we do? How do we manage it? And now let's go forward and talk a little bit about AI in social media marketing. So if we talk about social media marketing tools, a lot of them used AI before ChatGPT, before it became mainstream. But at the same time, I want to share with you some best practices that can be really helpful for you to start using them in your practice, start growing as social media marketing manager, digital marketing specialist, and implement these tools in your career. If we talk about each tool, of course, they are usually paid tools, but they have free trials, they have free versions. So you can go there, you can test it by yourself and decide, do you need them for exactly your career, your tasks, and your projects. So let's start, and let's start from, of course, the tools from the toolkit, which was created much more earlier than ChatGPT was started. And if you ask a digital marketing specialist, social media marketing specialist, from which tools they started their first date with AI, the answer will be Jasper. Jasper was and is one of the best solutions if you need to create content on regular basis. They have a lot of great AI solutions, so writing your texts, your social media posts, your titles, etc. And if we talk about Jasper, it's really a great tool to start writing text like a pro using AI. In this presentation, I will have 23 tools. So guys, I won't ask you to start counting. You have your fingers on your hands, on your legs. And in the end of this presentation, I will ask you one very important question. How many new tools did you get from this presentation? So Jasper is the first one, one of the oldest tools, one of the most established one. And with this tool, you can create really great content for your social media. If we talk about the text content. Another one toolkit, which is also based on the text content, you can ask questions and get the right solutions, writing your posts, writing your any publications for social media, scripts for your video, etc. And this is copy.ai. Using Jasper, using copy.ai, you will get the best solution in your digital marketing career if you want to grow as social media marketing manager, get better results, and grow faster. So the next one, toolkit, it's not about creating text, it's about creating music. Of course, if we talk about social media, we have different types of content. The text content, it's maybe the easiest one, but at the same time, we have just in few days, we've got a new rebranding of Twitter, which is not like Twitter with its Bluebird, but with X. And but Twitter was mostly about text and some graphics and video. Right now, there are a lot of audio content, video content, and of course, you need to create video, you need music. And if you talk about creating music for your videos, for your online activities, etc., Mubert can be a great AI which can generate music for you, for your video content, for podcasts, apps, etc. So you can go to Mubert and try to do it. You can try to generate your first track right now on Mubert, and I will share with you some other tools which help you to get licensed music for your videos or podcasts or any other video content. So another one is Beethoven. Of course, you know this great composer, but it's not Beethoven, it's Beethoven. And this music can be really customizable for you. It's royalty free, and this helps you to tell your story in this music style and this format which you really need. So if we talk about these two, if we talk about Mubert and Beethoven, you can try them. You can see how these tools can help you create better music background for your video content, podcasts, apps, etc. So don't hesitate to go and test them in your digital marketing career. So the next one, it's about creating video. Of course, everyone has this issue with creating video content. If video content creation is challenging for you, please put plus in chat. If it's easy for you and you are making it like a god, put minus in chat. Let's see how it's going with video creation for our audience. Play.ht is AI-powered text to voice generator. This toolkit is really great if you want to create a new video. If you are struggling with sounding, I'm not native speaker. I'm learning English for most part of my life, but at the same time, I'm not native speaker. But in many tasks, in many projects, we need voices and we need to sound as native speakers, for example, as William from the United States, Lottie from the United Kingdom, etc. So don't hesitate, try play.ht to see how does this toolkit is working right now. And you can go there and try generate from your text, from your script, any voice, and use it after that in your slides, in your video recording, etc. I see the question from Cherry Kaya and Arable Artist AI websites for free. Look, Cherry, all the websites has free trials, so you can go, you can touch it, you can see how it's work. But of course, as any SaaS solution, you need to pay. You need to pay. So this is how it works. Don't hesitate to try it, to test it, and this is very important part of solution. Let's go forward. Really great video editing toolkit, which helps to make it easier, which helps to make more results for your generation. They started with AI when it was not mainstream. It was maybe many years before any activities. So you can go to the script and start working with voiceover. When you create a lot of video content, it's really great for you to start using the script, because you can give to the script your voice. And if you misspell somewhere in the content, you don't need to re-record it. You need just to take this word and ask the script to sound it's like your own voice. And it's really great stuff how it can be done and how it's working. So another great chapter which we can go through them. This is about let'senhance.io. So if we talk about let'senhance.io, it's an image enhancer and upscaler. The usual problem which the most of social media marketing manager has, it's about making beautiful pictures from ugly pictures or pictures of a small quality. So how it can be solved? You can go to let'senhance.io, put your bad image. For example, you have your old-fashioned avatar on Facebook and you want to use it for any material. So you can take this avatar and put it on let'senhance.io, and after that you will get all this information. Guys, I see a lot of questions in chat, for example, from Mariel, if this video will be going available after the conference. Yes, sure. Don't forget to put like to this video on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's really vital for us. So put like, subscribe, and this video will be on the channel. You can rewatch it, but I ask you to be online with us the whole day, because you can ask all your questions to me personally. You can ask all questions to our great speakers. So we will really appreciate if you will stay today online with us, be active, asking your questions, getting answers, and we will interact together. So let'senhance.io is the first tool with AI engine which helps to make your pictures better. Let's move forward. Midjourney. Midjourney is like a big classical tool for AI. It also became like one of the standard tools for everyone who is going to use this toolkit. But at the same time, it has pretty hard interface, and there are a lot of discussions about will the new AI Photoshop, for example, kill the Midjourney, or Midjourney will still alive. Right now, we are in the process of creating a Midjourney course. We are creating this very established tutor who is well known in the Midjourney world. So this guy will tell on our Udemy channel how to use Midjourney and how to create beautiful pictures that you can use for your social media activity, your digital marketing, etc. So Midjourney is like an industry standard if we talk about AI, but there are different opinions. Will the new AI Photoshop hurt Midjourney or not? Let's go forward. This toolkit will be really interesting for everyone who creates educational content for like us. When you need to sound some video, when your English is not perfect, or maybe other languages are not perfect, you can create your avatar, you can create your AI avatar, and this toolkit is called Kinsizia. So you can create videos from plain text in minutes. You need just your script. For example, you create the detailed script for each topic, for each segment of your video you want to share information and give more details. And in this case, Synthesia can be really helpful, and you can do it, you can start using it, and this is really a great way how you can create your first AI videos. Of course, it's clear that this are not real human beings, that this is AI, but I remember the first robotics videos, they were maybe 5 years ago, 7 years ago. Synthesia is many steps far away from this. The technology is going forward, so you can try Synthesia and see how it's working and how it can give you results. Okay, if we talk about the picture creating, of course, if you are familiar with ChatGPT, you can go to Daily. Daily is a great tool which helps you create pictures. Of course, it has a lot of stuff that it can generate for free, but you see that free pictures, they have some strange eyes. So it must be approved, must be changed, and you need to do everything to make it better. So if we talk about Delhi, you can just go there, type in what are you going to create. For example, I want to create their picture of SEO specialist, which is extremely happy after Google Major update, and we have some ideas how it can look like. Okay, one of the great part of social media, it's your avatar, it's your profile picture. So if you want to have really cool profile picture, there is also tool for these goals. For example, like profilepicture.ai, you can do it. You can create profile picture .ai toolkit, and it will say goodbye to your bad profile picture and create a new one which you can implement in your social networks. The great tool, it's if the previous tool is more aware about creatives, about visuals. Now it's time for great B2B tools, which helps us to automate LinkedIn. We will have a speaker from this tool in the end of our conference. It's about LinkedIn automation, how you can use LinkedIn like a pro, create really great stuff. So you can go to DuckSoup. They have AI generated suggestions for your chats. And this is a great stuff how you can do it. We have a question from Rahab. Thanks for sharing. Any tool for community management? Sure. You will have today maybe the next speaker in our conference, Anca. She will talk about social media, and there are a lot of other great toolkits that you will have during our conference that you can use in social media management. So if you want to make your LinkedIn greater, if you want to make your LinkedIn more powerful with AI, the DuckSoup automated LinkedIn lead generation service can be helpful in this way. Okay, the next one is Tatlio. It's about growing your personal brand on LinkedIn. We have the question from Cobra 88 GMR, the tool for making LinkedIn profile customized. Maybe not, but this tool will help you to grow your audience bigger. And this is how you can get more audience and get more results. So let's go forward. Hootsuite Insights, it's a social media monitoring tool. They implemented AI among maybe one of the first companies. And using Hootsuite Insights, you can start monitoring all the web, all the social media, learn more about what is going, what are you doing, etc. And this is a really great way how you can get more insights and start working through all these stuff. So don't hesitate, go to Hootsuite Insights, as all tools they have a free trial. You can try it totally for free and decide will you use it in your digital marketing approach and in your social media career. Otter AI, of course, as all social media and digital marketers, you have to make a lot of stuff during the meetings. You are meeting with clients, you're meeting with partners, and of course, you are doing notes. You're writing a lot of things that don't forget to make a follow-up, etc. Otter.ai is a great tool that make follow-ups for you. So you can just turn on it and you will get the great follow-ups. You can get the great summary of your meeting. So don't hesitate, try it, and it will be really helpful for you. So the next big thing, it's Webloom. I love a lot of great tools that we have today in presentation. A lot of them support in Ukraine. We have a big Ukrainian heart on the main page of Webloom. Webloom is website builder that helps you to create really brilliant landing pages. Of course, we are talking today about social media, but you need to grab traffic from social media and point it somewhere. And in this case, Webloom can help you to create really fast and great landing pages where you can put your traffic from Facebook ads, Instagram ads, TikTok ads, YouTube ads, etc., or from your organic social media approach. So Weblium is a really great way how you can deal with your landing pages, and they have AI functionality which helps make your web design of your landing page perfect. So the next big step is St. Paul's. We will have St. Paul's in our today conference too. It's really great online communication toolkit. We have Ukrainian heart on St. Paul's main landing page too. And St. Paul's, it's not just about chatbots, which is heavily used in social media marketing. It's all about your direct marketing and social media marketing. We are partnering with St. Paul's maybe for 10 years. They are really great tool that helps to do a lot of stuff, and we love all their toolkit and making the communication through St. Paul's easier, better, more efficient, and they have a lot of features which make your life better. If we talk about AI integration, they have ChatGPT integration in chatbots, so don't hesitate, try it in St. Paul's. Okay, we are going forward, and we talked about a lot of tools that helps to go through different toolkit, and the next tool is Analisa.io. Analisa.io is Instagram and TikTok AI analytics. When we start our Instagram journey or TikTok journey, we need to know a lot about our competitors. We need to analyze profiles, followers, hashtags, etc. So we need to analyze a lot of things. So in case you need to do it using AI engine, Analisa is a great way how you can do it. Just going to Analisa.io, using this toolkit, and implementing it in your competitors' research, in your digital marketing strategy. So it can be done with Analisa.io. The next tools will be about creating ad campaigns. As we understand, a lot of activities in social media, they connected with ads. Of course, we love organic traffic from Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, etc. But when we start implementing ads, we need a lot of automatization. We need a lot of optimization toolkit. And one of such tools is digitalfirst.ai. It's all-in-one AI digital marketing tool, and they have a lot of stuff that can be used here and implemented here. So with digitalfirst.ai, you can implement all this stuff on a regular basis and get better results for your digital marketing campaigns. They have not just Facebook ads, for example, optimization. They have all the funnel. They will help you to build your digital marketing strategy, social media strategy. They have AI implemented on different levels of creating your digital marketing and social media campaigns. So watch it and find more ideas how it can be implemented. Okay, let's go to the next step. Let's talk about ad text. Ad text is a great tool. It's a great tool which can be done in your Facebook ads approach, Google ads approach. So if you need to optimize your ROAS, CPA, conversions, etc., all this can be done. Guys, I see the regular questions about the recording. The recording will be, just don't hesitate to put like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you talk about certification, we will not give certificate on this conference, but you can enroll in any of our Udemy courses. And after the finishing our Udemy course, you will get the certificate from Udemy. So let's go forward. Our 21st tool is just the funny one. You can go to the website WTF. Does this company do? Explain me. It's of course maybe the same thing that can be done by ChatGPT, but it's a good thing which you can send a link to your friends, just like a joke. And if you don't have time to read for a long time some websites, check the details, check descriptions, and understand what is going on and what does this company really do, you can just put in WTF, does this company do the website you want to check, and ask them to explain. You will give the explanation and give all the answers you need. The 20-second tool, of course, if I will start this presentation from ChatGPT, you unlove me, you will say, guys, this is everyone knows and we use it, but at the same time, ChatGPT has a lot of great prompts and a lot of features. We have individual course about ChatGPT on our Udemy channel. It's one of the most popular. So ChatGPT, of course, it's a big part of creating social media content, writing posts, writing scripts, creating idea, generating any stuff, etc. So it's a great tool you can use. And of course, for everyone who don't want to waste time and wait while ChatGPT is loading, or in some geo it can be still issues with getting data from ChatGPT, you can use GPT-4 as a paid version of ChatGPT. So guys, maybe that's all. For everyone who thinks that 23 tools, it's not enough, I recommend you such directory as Futurepedia. Futurepedia is a big directory of all AI tools. You can go there and get 1,384 plus AI tools and start implement them in your digital marketing career and your results. So don't hesitate to test it. Please write in chat how many new tools did you get from my presentation. If it's zero, answer honestly that it's zero. If all 23 tools were new for you, just write 23. I will be happy to have a digit of new tools that you learned from this presentation. So don't hesitate, share with me how many new tools did you learn from my presentation. Meanwhile, we have a question from Ivor. What will be the video available? Yes. And the question from Rahab, any tool for hashtag research? Yes. Analysa.io, which was maybe 18th or 19th tool, has hashtag research. You can use it and you can try it for your further approach. So guys, share in chat how many new tools did you get from this presentation, and I will share with you some great gifts that you can get from us today. Today, we will give you really great discount for all our Udemy courses. It can be maybe from 80% till the 30th of July. You will have 5 days to use these coupons. And today we will give really great results for you because our courses in social media can change your career, it can change your digital marketing approach and help you grow. Our maybe one of the most best-selling courses, it's our course about blogging and influencer marketing with Zoya Lobot. You can get it today with the price of best platform. It's 9.99. You can use this QR code or you will get the links in the chat. So if we talk about this course, it's already #1 in the category of influencer marketing on Udemy. So don't hesitate, join this course by link or by QR code. If we talk about the next great course, is Facebook marketing by Vlad Bogutsky. Until the 30th of July, you can also get it just 9.99. So just go and take it. Social media marketing strategy, one of our flagman courses. It has mostly 150,000 students right now. It's one of the most maybe highest rated and has 4.6, 4.7 ratio. So this course, it's a big strategy course you can get and learn more about social media marketing, how to start your social media marketing career, and how to grow as social media strategist. Chatbot marketing. You will meet Alina maybe in a half an hour. It's a great speaker. It's a great expert in chatbot. This course right now has on Udemy the badge highest rated in category. I think that it's like the right honor for us. And if you want to learn about chatbot and get all this information, just go and enroll. Instagram marketing. Vlad is great not just in Facebook and Facebook marketing, he's great also in Instagram marketing. So use this QR code and add this course in your portfolio. TikTok marketing is another big thing. We have a course in collaboration with Daria Salnikova. Daria is a great TikTok expert, and we created with her course about TikTok marketing. It's maybe on the first page of TikTok category 2. So If you are interested in TikTok, you want to grow in TikTok, just find this information here. So this was maybe the main. I will be happy to have you in friends on LinkedIn. Just go to connect. You can use this QR code, and I will be happy to connect it with you on LinkedIn. I will answer maybe a few questions in chat. After that, I will present the next speaker and answer all other questions personally in written form. Let's go through the questions. Will be the certificate after the completion of the course? Yes. What will be the value? You will get your digital marketing career better. You will get efficiency tools. You will get our best strategies and tactics that we gathered during the many years. Okay, I see the. Thank you for wonderful presentation. I was surprised. Yes, guys, this video will be with you on our YouTube channel, so don't hesitate to subscribe and put like, and please follow us on LinkedIn. Okay, guys, maybe I answered most of the questions. I see that you are sending in chat the number of new tools. For someone, it's 10, 24, 16, 17, really great. Okay, now the time to present the next speaker. I want to present the Anca Pop, social media marketing strategist at Social Bee. Anca is from Romania. She will tell us about how to get more done in less time. It's about efficient social media marketing strategy. Anca is Social Bee social media marketing strategist, content creator, and marketing aficionado. While a Social Bee, Anca has been guiding people on how to make the most out of social media marketing journey with the last effort. So let's move to the next speaker. Hi, Anca, how are you?
Hi. Thanks to have me here. I'm good, and you?
I'm really happy to have you today with us. So what can you tell us about social media marketing strategy, how it must work in the right way?
There's a lot of things that I can tell you about social media marketing strategy. It wouldn't fit in the 30 minutes that we have, but I'm gonna
But
do.
let's try. Let's try.
Yes, I'm gonna do my best and share with you how you can get more done in less time. The quickest way for me to do that, I'm just gonna skip over the intro since you already introduced me. Thank you about that. So, what we're going to do today is we're going to go through a few ways in which you can repurpose your content. You can create more content in less time by working in batches. You can share your evergreen content. And what exactly is evergreen content? We're going to look at how you can use templates and tools to efficientize your time and make sure that you do more in less time. Before we begin with actual information, I just wanted to make sure that all of you are aware of what repurposing your content actually is. And basically, to put it simply, repurposing your content is a way for you to reuse content that you've already used in a different format. So, we're going to work on a framework for content repurposing in 3 steps. The first step is to start with your long form content. This could be a blog post, this could be a video, a podcast, it could be a webinar like this one that you can then repurpose and reuse further down the line. So, for instance, I have this webinar right now live. I'm here with you live. But what I can do is I can take the recording of this webinar, which is going to be a 30-minute recording, and then split it with the second step, split it into a smaller piece of content. So I can maybe create different videos with each of the steps that I'm talking about here. I can even create like 30-second reels that then I can use. And that leads me into the third thing, the third step here in the framework, which is to change the format of your content that you're repurposing. So if you're starting from a webinar like I am, you're going to break it down into smaller pieces of video with chunks of information. And then you're going to use that in a different format. So if this video is a live long webinar, then we're going to do small pieces of video that we're going to turn into TikToks. We're going to turn them into Reels, YouTube Shorts, any type of short format easy to digest video. Or we can take the ideas from this and create graphics around them and share them as static images on our social media, on our Instagram, on our Facebook, LinkedIn, however you want it. So you can take a lot of the information that you're using in a longer format and make it easier to digest by using smaller formats and different types of sharing that information in order to make sure that you maximize the reach of everything that you want to share with your audience. So once you have this framework down, the best thing you can do is work in batches of content. What I say here on the slide is don't create content on a daily basis. That means don't sit down at your desk and say, I should post something today. Let me see what I can post. Let me do something for today and then move on with my day, and I'll see again tomorrow. That's not the way to do it if you want an effective strategy in your marketing, because that way you're not going to be consistent. There are going to be days when you don't have the right energy, the right inspiration, or even the time to create the post. And so you're not going to be consistent in your posting. Rather than doing that, you can take one day a week, if you will, a few hours or one day a month, and create your content in batches. Sit down, think about your content pillars, think what content mix you want to have. And by the way, a good rule of thumb when it comes to content mixes is to go for an 80-20 rule, where 80% of your content provides some sort of value, 20% of your content promotes your product or service or your business in general. And that way you can make sure that you're not only being consistent, but you're also sharing what your audience wants to see from you. So going back to the batches, dedicate a specific time for you to create content for the upcoming week, for the upcoming month, for the upcoming trimester. It's completely up to you how frequently you do this, but it's good. It's a good practice to have batching of your content in your marketing strategy. That way you can make sure all of your pillars are covered. You can make sure that even if something happens and you have to step away from your office for a few days, you will have content scheduled for those few days. You will have something prepared that's in line with your strategy and with your objectives, right? So instead of sharing something randomly from, I don't know, a TikTok that you find funny because you have no time for anything else, you have now content created in advance that you can use for those times when you don't have enough time to think about something new. If we're also thinking about the repurposing framework that I shared before, this also helps with making sure that you have all the pieces together to see exactly when you're able to repurpose that content and in what format. So now you have a lot of tools at your disposal that can help you create content in batches. Socialbee is one of those tools, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in depth in a minute. But for now, let's keep in mind that you should create content in batches instead of individual content. And this helps with staying consistent with your posts. It helps with having a rhythm to your posting and a frequency so that your audience knows what to expect and when to expect it from you. The next thing that I want to share is how you can share evergreen content. Make use of content that is not time sensitive. That's what I'm trying to say. Instead of having content or only content that is time sensitive, also make sure that you use pieces of content that will not explain any time, that will not mention any events or any dates in the future or in the past. That way you can share them again and again and again and maximize their reach instead of having them separately. So you can see here on the screen that I have two examples from Socialbee's past that I can share with you. I have one that's about Black Friday. That one is obviously time sensitive, so I'm not able to reshare that at all because that Black Friday offer is in the past for 2022. So I'm not going to share that one. I'm just going to share it once in 2022 and that's it. On the other hand, I have on the top there a post that explains a few tips. And that one does not mention any dates. It does not mention any events or any of the things that could make your content time sensitive. So that particular post, I can reshare every now and again and bring it back into my audience's mind. This means that I can gather new audiences and make sure that this post reaches new audiences, and also use it as a reminder for my existing audience as well. That means that you'll have all of this content that you now don't have to create again because you have it already in your portfolio. So when you create evergreen content, this, by the way, can also apply to the repurposing framework that I've shared in the beginning. And it also works when creating content in batches, because you can use the same content and batch it in different ways. So let's say today I want to share my tips in a list, right? In a few months from now, I'm going to use the same list, but I'm going to create a carousel on Instagram, and I'm going to create one tip on every page of the carousel. Let's say I have 10 tips. That's 10 pages of the carousel. That's the maximum on Instagram. Next, maybe I'll share it as a video where I actually talk about those tips, and I create a TikTok about it. So I can use the same principle, the same idea, rework it in a way that helps me move the content forward, and then make sure that I keep that content in my scheduling, so that I can make sure that the audience will be there to see it at any time and in any format. Next up, I'm going to help you create and use templates. This is a piece of advice that I give everyone. Honestly, it saves you so much time if you just have a few templates that you can use, especially for your visuals, but not only. So you can use templates for your visuals, you can use templates for your captions, you can use templates for your CTAs. You can use templates for a lot of things. And having those templates ready to go for whenever you're creating content makes life easier. So in this, make sure you create these templates for yourself to streamline your content creation process, and make sure that you have consistency across your visuals, that your brand identity is shining through, that you have the same tone of voice, that you're using the same terms, and you're not changing things around and confusing your audience. So I'm going to drink a little bit of water. Then we're going to move on to the next slide. This one is another tip that I shared about using social media tools like SocialBee to your advantage. These tools can help you schedule content in advance. They can help you create content for multiple platforms at once. They can help with making sure that your content is the right format, the right I forgot the name of it. So the right format, let's stick with that, right? With SocialBee in particular, there's a few things that you can do that can make your life a lot easier. First of all, you can connect all your profiles from Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Google My Business, Pinterest, TikTok, YouTube, and LinkedIn. So all of that is available in SocialBee. You can then make sure that you have the correct time zone for each one of those profiles. So if you have, for instance, multiple locations in your Google My Business that are on different time zones, you can make sure that you have the correct time zone for each one. That way you don't have to do math when posting your content. You can make sure that you have your content pillars set up so that you don't have to worry about what types of content am I using. Am I using educational content? Am I using quotes? Am I using engaging content? Am I using promotional content? You don't have to worry about that, because you have a category-based system that will help you make sure that you're always aware of your content pillars. You can even break it down further into different types of content. So how-tos, lists, do's and don'ts, quotes, fill in the blanks, you name it. You can break it down into a list or into a category within SocialBee. The next thing, with Social Bee, you can bring in content from outside sources, saving you time when it comes to looking for content that you want to share. Especially valuable when you have a blog or when you want to create or curate content from outside sources. This is also very important. And I think I forgot to mention content curation in the beginning, but that's also a very good way of saving time when it comes to doing more in less time, because the articles are already written. The posts are already there. You just have to find them, work them into your strategy, and share them with the source, preferably. So for instance, if I were to sell water bottles, I would look for content that's written by lifestyle magazines or health magazines that that share content such as 10 tips for drinking more water, where one of those tips is usually going to be have a vessel that you like, whether it's a glass, a bottle, anything that you like that catches your eye and makes you feel happy, because that way you will reach more for that vessel and drink more water as a result. So even though it doesn't mention my product, I'm not saying that it has to be this bottle. It will still help my audience make sure that the content, let me rephrase that. It will plant the idea in their head that whenever they need to drink more water, it will automatically be this bottle, because this is where they saw the content. So it can help with promoting your business in a more conspicuous way. Content curation can also help make an authority out of your page, because you can help validate what you're already saying. If I'm the one selling the water bottle and I say water is good for you, you won't believe me, because I have a direct benefit from telling you that. But if someone else says it and I share that, you will, because that way it's not me. I don't have a direct interest in sharing that person's post, but I do. So keep in mind that curating content is also an effective strategy, as well as repurposing. Moving back to the tools like Social Bee, you can save your hashtags, you can create your content on the go, or bring it into your platform so that you can work it into your strategy. You can schedule it, create your content mix with the 80-20 rule that I mentioned in the beginning. If you weren't there in the beginning, because I did see a question there in the chat, the 80-20 rule is where you work for 80% of your content to be providing some sort of value, whether it's educational content, information, entertainment, whatever it is that works for your audience, but it gives them something to look forward to. It gives them something to come back to your page to. And then the rest of 20% is the one where you promote your business actively. So I would just literally promote the bottle of water and say, hey, this is what I'm selling. This is what I'm doing. You can use it. With Social Bee, you also have AI tools at your disposal to generate images, to generate captions. You also have Canva integration so that you can bring it in directly from Canva into Social Bee. And you also have very powerful analytics that can help you make sure that your content strategy is working for you and your objectives. So I think that's all that I have here, so that I have enough time to answer the questions. I'm sure there's going to be a few. So I just wanted to give you our contact in case you have any questions after the webinar is done. You can always email me at anca@socialbee.com. And because I want you to get started with Social Bee, we also have a 14-day free trial. And then if you decide that it works for you and you want to give it a go, you can use the code SocialBee 50 times 3 to make sure that you get 50% off of your first 3 months of Social Bee.
Anca, thank you for great presentation. We have a few questions in chat. You've answered them, but let's go through. A question to us, will be the recording? Yes, the recording will be. You can subscribe to the channel and put like. Will be the certificate? No, it will not be certificate, but you can get certificate in our courses on Udemy. Maybe the first really big and really philosophical question, Anca. What is the best approach to promote your content? It's the question from Saidul Islam.
What is the best way to promote?
Yeah, what is the best approach to promote your content?
Okay, so the best way to promote your content, first of all, be honest about what your product can do and what can't. If we're talking about promotional content, if you're talking about content in general, whether it's educational or promotional or whatever type of content you're using, make sure that you help with the discoverability process by doing some hashtag research. Most of the tools nowadays have a very solid hashtag strategy. So you are able to use that and use the hashtags that will help your content get discovered. You're then also going to encourage engagement, which pushes the algorithm to share your content to more and more people. So in your CTA, always ask a question or fill in the blank or ask for their opinion or do something that will help them further interact with your content, and that way push your content forward.
Sure. We have a few questions about 80-20 rule. You've mentioned it. Can you tell a little bit more how you personally use it for your content strategies and for social B content strategies? What is the place of 80-20 rule in your life?
Absolutely. I love the 80-20 rule. So if 80-20 is a little difficult to understand, I can put it in a different way. So if it's the same principle applies, but you can think of it as for every 6 posts that you create, let's say you have 6 posts in a week, right? For every 6 posts, 4 of those posts should be providing some sort of value. It's a blog post. It's a curated piece of content helping validate some information, sharing a news, for instance. It's memes, it's quotes, it's infographics, it's anything that could help engage or give some information and value to your audience. So that would be the 4 posts. You then have 2 posts left. One of those posts is going to be a soft sell. So it's going to be a testimonial, it's going to be a review, it's going to be the 10 tips to drink more water, that is softly going to promote my product without me having to say anything about my product. And then one of those posts is going to be a hard sell. That's when I actively say, hey, I'm selling these bottles here. You can purchase them here on my website. Go ahead and find more about them there. So that's the strategy of the 80-20 or the 4-1-1 rule, however you want to call it. The same principle applies. The majority of your content should provide some sort of value. Again, whether it's education or entertainment, it's completely up to you. And the form in which it comes, it's completely up to you. But it should, because that's what keeps your audience coming back for more.
Great, thank you. Another one question is about aside paid ads, how are you promoting webinar events? Can you share your experience with webinars?
With paid ads?
Yep, not exactly about paid ads. What other tools you can use except paid ads?
Okay. So paid ads, yeah, that would be pretty straightforward. For us, what we do is we work on webinars with partners. That way we cross-pollinate. That's a B reference. We cross-pollinate audiences. So people from my audience learn about SkillsBooster, for instance, and people from SkillsBooster's audience learn about Social B and how they can make their life easier there. And that way we promote the webinar through partners and make sure that more people learn about it. Also, organically on our own socials, what we do is we create this countdown to the event, making sure that I always have at least one link to help people easily find the event and register for it.
Great, thank you. We have a comment from Florina. Hi, Anca. Hello from Oradea, Romania. You have other guys from Romania in chat. Nice to meet you. Okay. There was the question about what AI options do you have in Social B?
So we work with AI, with ChatGPT, specifically OpenAI, to generate captions or images for your posts. And then there's also a Grammarly integration, which also offers some sort of AI to help make your text better.
We have a question from Mohammed. It's about how to select the right social media. Should you promote on all social media or select just one?
Very good question. I'm going to answer with another question. Where's your audience? If your audience is on TikTok, then you should be on TikTok. If your audience is on Facebook, then you should be on Facebook. That's one thing to consider. The other thing to consider is whether you resonate with that type of content. Because if your audience is, for the majority of it, on TikTok, but you do not like videos at all, and you do not resonate with being on camera, then you're going to have to find a way to deliver on those videos for your audience without having to put on a face and be on a camera.
We have a question from Patricia. How often should you create content? Another one philosophical question.
Yes. Well, it depends on your objectives. If you just want to stay in your audience's mind, 3 to 4 times a week could work well for Instagram. It could be a little too little for TikTok or Twitter. If you want to grow, I would say, first of all, look at your platform's best practices. Again, Instagram has 1 to 3 posts per day as a best practice. TikTok has 5 to 7. So you can look at the best practices for each platform and work on a strategy that accommodates that, along with how much time you have. Because of course, if you don't have the time to create 8 TikToks every single day, you're not going to do that. You're going to space them out a little more so that you have at least 2 or 3 per day, and you have 8 in total for the week or something. But yeah, think about the best practices of that platform and your resources, especially when it comes to time and tools that you have.
We have comment from Monica. I used Social Bee before and I like it a lot.
Awesome.
Let's move to the next question. Emerald is asking, I noticed I have more engagement on Facebook than Instagram. What are the best tips to make the Instagram post be engaged to?
I would have to actually look at what you're doing right now to see how you can improve that. But as a general tip, make sure you always add a call to action for your audience to know what you're expecting of them. So if you're expecting them to share that post, make it shareable. Tell them, hey, if you like this, share it with your friends. If you want them to comment, maybe ask a question or add a fill in the blanks or use polls in an image in order to have them answer that in a comment and engage with your content there.
Maybe just a few questions more. Yeah, Lopez is asking, how to create the best strategies on social media platforms? What are your best tips?
This is a long discussion. It's a webinar in itself.
Yep.
I would say first, think about your target audience. Make sure you know who you're creating the content for. And that way you can determine the platforms that you're creating the content on. Then think about the content pillars. What types of content would your target audience want to learn or find on your page? And then use content from that content pillars that align with your objectives, with your overall marketing objectives.
Great. One more question from Sayedul. Does the skyscraper technique still work for content promotion? What do you know about skyscraper technique?
So I'm assuming you're talking about the, I call it the ski slope strategy. Top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, and bottom of the funnel content that helps with making sure that your audience goes into the end of your sales funnel at the end so that they can be converted into an actual customer. Yes, I would say it still works because you still need people to discover you through top of the funnel content. You still need people to identify their problems through middle of the funnel content. You still need people to get that desire to purchase your service or your content through bottom of the content funnel.
Anca, I don't see the questions right now, but if they will get in chat, I will be happy if you can answer them in chat. Absolutely. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your time answering the questions. I was happy to see you. Have a great day and see you on our next events.
Absolutely. Bye.
Bye-bye. Guys, it was Anca from Social Bee, and we are moving to the next speaker. Before we will present the next speaker, I want to say more things about our special offers. Today you can get our social media marketing courses with the best price for $9.99. With them, you can grow your digital marketing career, get a lot of insights. So don't hesitate, find the links, find the QR codes, and we will be happy to have you on our online courses. Among the special offers from our partners, Trend Hero will help you to find, check, and outreach the idea of influencers on Instagram. You can get 14 days trial, check 3 Instagram account up to 10,000 followers for free with promo code SkillsBooster. And with the promo code SkillsBooster20, you will get a 20 discount on the first payment. All these offers are valid just till the 1st of August. You will get more special offers from our partners, from our today's speakers. So don't hesitate. Try to find new offers and new gifts in chat. So it's time to present the next speaker. The next speaker will be Alina Dykuha, CMO of St. Paul's, Ukraine. Alina will tell how chatbots and ChatGPT are transforming the SMM landscape. Alina helps to increase sales for business in different niches using messenger and email marketing. Over 100,000 people attended her webinars and online conference. And as I've already mentioned, our course with Alina about chatbots on Udemy is still get the best, highest rated in its category. So it's another big advantage to listen detailed about Alina's speech and learn about chatbots with Alina. Alina, hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm really happy to have you on our online conference. I think that in person we will meet in a web summit in a few months, but
Yes.
online to meet you, it's also a big pleasure. So you will give some great tips about chatbots, yes or no?
Yes, today I will share with you some information about how we can connect chatbot and, of course, OpenAI, of course, ChatGPT. Today we will discuss about it.
Oh, well, let's go. AI is our big love. Let's start from AI and chatbots.
Thank you. Yeah, let's start. And today I want to share with you some information and some tips about how we can connect it and how chatbots can help for SMM managers and for a digital marketer who want to increase activities and boost activities on social media. Nice to see so many people today, and I saw some interesting questions about AI. If you will have it for me, for example, you can ask, and I would like to share my knowledge how it can be. My name is Alina, and I'm Chief Marketer Officer at St. Paul's. We work with digital marketers, with business owners worldwide, and one of the part of my work it's more about social media. It's about chatbots, and we work with it. About chatbots today, I will discuss and want to know how you work with it. And for example, if you have some social media, for example, you boost your companies, your brands on Instagram, for example, do you use Instagram chatbots? Do you test it? And or, for example, if you have an audience and your audience use WhatsApp, you must be on WhatsApp too and test, for example, how it can be and how can work communication on WhatsApp chatbot with your audience, of course. And after the speech, if you will have some questions, you can see right now my social media contacts. It's Facebook, it's Instagram or LinkedIn. And of course, if you have some questions about samples, etc., about maybe how we can connect OpenAI with our messengers, you can ask. I'm working on St. Paul's, and one of the biggest part of my work, it's about social media, it's about chatbots, but it's not about it. It's about email marketing campaign too. It's about online course platform, and everything that you will see on St. Paul's, we create for digital marketers or for business owners who don't have any coding skills. You can create everything without it. And for example, our students, and on Udemy too, today Anton said about our course, and I highly recommend this. You can create your chatbots on Telegram, on Instagram, for example, and it can be for for one evening or maybe for 2 days. If you want to create something not very simple, and you can do it without any coding skills, because sometimes I hear that, oh, chatbot, it can be so difficult, I need a programmer or some specialist for them. No, for start, you can create it only for yourself, and if you don't have any coding skills or skills on HTML, it's okay. You can do it on drag and drop on sendfiles, for example. And let's go and discuss about messengers. It's the last statistic from interesting resource. I really recommend it. It's Statista, and you can see some interesting graphic about dynamic for different topic. And for example, right now we see that worldwide people like WhatsApp. For example, we work with Latin America, and especially it's Mexico and Brazil, and people here really like WhatsApp chatbots, and it's countries when we have the highest sales processes and the highest KPIs, and people like WhatsApp, for example. In Ukraine, for example, we love Telegram so much, and it's the top messenger here. And first of all, when you want to create your first chatbot or connect your chatbot with your social media, you must understand that, my audience, for example, like Instagram, and Instagram is one of the convenient channel for my audience where I can connect with them, and it's okay, because for example, people don't like to go to the chatbot and some social media that they don't use in general life. They love to connect with companies, with businesses, with digital marketers only on that area that they love to do and use every day. And for example, if you understand that your audience right now use Instagram, let's go to Instagram and create your first chatbot here. If you understand that your audience love WhatsApp and that's it, you must to try WhatsApp chatbot. And I think you understand what I mean here. And first of all, when you want to choose first chatbot, first area, first activity with chatbot, of course, it must depends on your audience and what people use. And we see that WhatsApp right now it's top messenger. After this, we can see that people use Facebook Messenger worldwide, and then we see Telegram, and then we see Instagram, and etc. But we see, for example, that every year it can be changing. And for example, we don't know, maybe 3 months, and TikTok and other interesting messengers or maybe interesting social media can increase, and we must understand, adapt our strategy, and of course analyze it every month, I think. And after this, test some hypotheses. How chatbots can help for SMM managers. And here I can some examples about Instagram. For example, if you have Instagram account for brands or maybe for your company, first of all, you can create some activities with answers for stories. For example, respond to stories. Maybe you can see some interesting mechanic and activities about it if you subscribe for some bloggers. They love it so much, and for example, send me for example, white paper on direct, and after this I send you a guide about how you can create something. And after this, if your subscribers send you a message about some keywords, you can send some message automatically, and chatbot can do it. And first of all, you must understand that social media and your chatbot subscribers, it's not the match for 100%. For example, you can have a chatbot but Instagram page, and you will have more subscribers. What I mean, for example, you can have Instagram page. On this Instagram page, you can have, for example, 1,000 subscribers, but only people that send you message on direct can be your subscribers on chatbot. And our 1,000 subscribers isn't mean that we have 10 subscribers on our chatbot, and it's one of activity why bloggers do this with respond to stories, because they want to collect and gather audience in direct messages, and it can be a +1 channel where we can connect with our audience. For example, you can boost some advertisement activity. For example, on Instagram, you can create some posts on Instagram, and people, for example, on their news feed can see it. But sometimes people don't see it. Sometimes you don't use some hashtags. Sometimes you your stories, or maybe your activity on news feed, and people don't see it, because if you create analyze something, we can see that, for example, Meta, it's Facebook, it's Instagram, and WhatsApp, they change their activities, their algorithm every month. And for example, this month we can do some hashtags and post some interesting post about AI, about some interesting topic about, for example, Barbie, that right now we have a trend. And next month it can be another point, and you can change it. And what I mean, first of all, you can manage and organize it. And if you see some trends, if you see that, this point it's work, you can create and test not only your Instagram pages, not only for posts, not only for stories, but for chatbots too. And for example, if you have online shop and you have a page on Instagram, you can create a little magazine, a little shop, and you can create some interesting position, maybe top position on your shop, but inside Messenger with chatbot. For example, it can be answer their questions. Maybe your audience have some basic question, and you can automatically generate some answers, and of course work without it. You can manage and organize payment process inside direct, and people can buy something with 1 or 2 clicks, and that's it. It's convenient, it's interesting, why not? It can be one more test for SMM managers too. And of course, the main goal here is build communication with your clients through convenient channel, and it's really important, because if you understand that, my people, my clients use this channel, it will be great if you will have some activities and communication here on convenient activity for your clients, of course. And how chatbots can help for SMM managers, and what about OpenAI? First of all, OpenAI help us generate automation replies for simple question with AI. If you will have chatbot, you can connect your chatbot with OpenAI. And AI helper inside messengers can first of all create some text and send answer for the basic question, and you will have so much time to manage some task with high level skills, or maybe create some strategic task, and don't have this routine to answer for the all basic question. AI helper can do this. And after this, you can understand, first of all, audio messages, because right now we see that many people, many clients, and especially in e-commerce, can generate some audio, and your manager can start then listening, then answer for it, and you can do it more quickly with AI helper. For example, AI helper can understand what our clients mean in audio and generate relevant answer, for example, in text. And today I will share with you how it can be and what model in AI we will use for it. For example, it can be looks like here. I'm get started on our test chatbot, and I ask some questions, and OpenAI sent me an answer, for example. And the basic question we can use only AI. If we want to use it and use not for some simple question, it can be some information about our products, about our working hours, etc. We can create prompts and connect our chatbot with OpenAI. And if your client sends some basic question, OpenAI can understand that, oh, here I must use this phrase that my manager sent me. And yes, in prompts we can create so many through communication channel, and sometimes people don't understand that it's AI, and sometimes people really understand that we connect with people, because if you have a great prompt, if you have a text for the basic questions, it's maybe the best case for communication, because if you can explain something, if you get more information for AI, AI can use it for yourself, for your brand, and it can be more organic, and people don't have some feelings about, oh, it's not people, it's my AI assistant, and etc. And maybe the best part of this, if you can create more and more simple and not so simple but prompts for your clients, and of course use OpenAI. Where and what our first step here? First of all, I recommend to register it on OpenAI. After this, register or log in on SendPulse platform and connect it. You can sign up with OpenAI, then you will see API key, and you must to use your API key and get the OpenAI secret here and connect it on SendPulse. For example, you can see on my screen how it can be. After this, you can create a prompt for a bot to follow in order to provide the required answers. And if you create the best and many prompts and answer for the basic question, it will be great and your AI will working well. It can be looks like here, and for example, I add here bot instructions about SendPulse, and after this, if my clients send me, for example, on Instagram direct some questions about SendPulse, AI automatically connect and send an answer. If I, like a manager, see that I need to get more information, send more positions, maybe top positions, or maybe something like this, I can connect and help like a manager. But if we see that question is so basic, we can don't have this routine every day and delegate it for OpenAI on messengers too. You can connect ChatGPT to your chatbot on the following messengers. It can be Telegram, Facebook Messenger, Instagram Direct, or WhatsApp. And of course, use messenger that love your audience and what your audience use. It's really important. First of all, you can choose some model and use different OpenAI. For example, you can use ChatGPT that include, for example, model GPT-4, or you can choose some fine-tuned model that we have on SendPulse. It can be model that create a recipe, that create some recommendations, etc. And you can see how it works inside our admin panel. And we have some prompts about what every model can mean and what every model can help. And of course, some models it's only about some descriptions, and another model it can be about mathematics formulas and etc. But you can create not only an answer for the question. With chatbot, you can create flow generation. And what I mean, for example, it's your first experience on chatbot. You can create your first SendPulse account. You can connect with OpenAI and generate flow generation. For example, I want to create a chatbot for the flowers shop, and I work and my shop work, for example, in Kiev, and AI can generate a flow with different questions, with different answer. Of course, check it after this. Of course, you can edit something, but the basic flow you can have. And chatbot AI integration can have it. For example, you can see my example, create a flow using AI. Just describe what flow you want to get. Course on basic of internet marketing. Create 5 or 6 lessons with names, a short description, and a link to the website for the full lesson. Before the lessons, a user needs to leave an email. And for example, you can create a big flow. And on the free basic plan, you right now have 3 times to create 3 different flows. And next month we right now have discussed about it. We want to get our clients more and more times to do it, because we see that people need it. And sometimes, first of all, our first time it can be test, the second time it can be our first generation flow. We see how it can be for our students' work. And the third time it can be maybe the final version here. But people love it, and for the some topics, sometimes we can see that our students edit something, but the basic flow AI can generate, and you of course edit here, but in general it's okay right now. The last update that we have and that we added on SendPulse is if you want to use with audio, AI can understand it and generate an answer. It's right now I mean speech recognition in chatbots. And thanks to the integration of SendPulse and Whisper, we use right now Whisper for this. Your chatbot subscribers can send voice messages and receive instant replies. You can also automatically run chatbot flows if users' voice messages contain trigger words. In total, Whisper supports 99 languages, including English and Spanish. You can try, and in the next slides, I will share with you a QR code for Telegram messengers. And here you can, for example, generate some audio and see what answer you will have after this with OpenAI, for example. And how it can be. For example, you can see Whisper speech recognition for voice messages. You can open it, and you can click here, and on settings, you can see it and enable with your chatbot. And your client can send you audio, and after this, OpenAI generate answer for this audio. And you can see on my screen drag and drop builder, and here you can change some blocks, add some text, add in everything that you want, and everything will be working, and you don't know any coding skills, of course. The last model that we have, and you can use it on our integration ChatGPT and SendPulse, is ChatGPT 16K for AI chatbots. It's maybe right now the best that we have on the market, and this is really smart model, and this model can generate really answer for the high level questions and send relevant information. And for example, if you tested it maybe in the end of the last year, it was really simple models. Right now we have more and more smart models, and I think that in the end of this year we will see a really big progress here on this area, and maybe one day we will have only customer success or managers that we will have on the highest level questions to manage it, and for the basic question we will have only OpenAI, for example, and it can be our future in the nearest maybe year, this year or maybe next year. What we do not only for chatbots but for social media. For example, sometimes we test and create some advertisement activities on Facebook, on Instagram, and use OpenAI, generate text, and use OpenAI and generate images. And sometimes we see that these campaigns win, and really interesting that sometimes it can be working. And of course we check after when we generate some text, when we generate some images, but we test it right now when our copywriter, our SMM manager can generate text like we have in general life, and generate with AI helper, and it's working very well right now. Some issues. It can be price, because the most part of activities with OpenAI, it's not the free tool, and you can see prices between and tokens that we will have, but you have free options on SendPulse to generate, for example, free chatbot flows, or try to test it, how it can be, how it works with your project. Then it can be issues. One of these, it's outdated information about the global course of events, for example. And if you use some models, you can see that information is really outdated, and of course check it. For example, some models stopped generating information in 2021. Some information can be wrong, and here you can update it, and you can send more and more prompts, and it will help for you to generate the most relevant answer for your question. And some information can be illogical. I mean that here, of course, you can work with it and generate the best prompts and the most part of prompts that you can, and after this OpenAI can understand and send the relevant answer for the question. Conclusion about AI. Don't hesitate to try out the AI capabilities. Eventually, AI will substitute low-level specialists. Don't afraid about it, but never the advanced ones. And highly skilled professionals don't rely all their tasks on AI. They use it as a helping tool that speeds up their routine. It's our future, and our future is here. Use it. Don't hesitate. If you will have some questions about AI, about connect AI with SendPulse, for example, you can send this question for me, or for example for our technical support, and our technical support team works every day without day off, and works 24/7. Try how it works. It's a QR code for Telegram. You can use it and use how OpenAI, for example, can works. And you can send some audio, and after this, OpenAI generates answer for your audio. You can try how it works. Of course, I recommend to go to our chatbot marketing course with Anton Voroniuk, and until 30th July, we have the best price for this, and I add QR code where you can share it, where you can check our program, and of course, we will be glad to see you on our students. And special SendPulse offer here, it's $50 for chatbots, and you can create your first SendPulse account for this link or use this QR code and try how it works and apply this offer. Thank you so much. I check and double check my social medias, and if you will have some questions in the future, I would like to try to help and share my knowledge with you. Thank you so much. Hope my speech will be understandable and will be useful for you today.
Yeah. The speech was pretty useful. So we have a few questions. Let's start from the philosophical one. AI, it's hype or long-term trend?
It's a long-term terms.
How do you see
We
it will be
have it.
implemented in your toolkit, in chatbots and social media? What are the main sphere of implementation?
Oh, right now, our clients from different activities use it. It's e-commerce, it's educational programs and educational services, tech, in other words, different sphere. Right now, maybe only some medical sphere have some I don't know, not some conclusions, but they try to use it, but a little bit. Another sphere use it, and everything fine.
Great. We have some comments in chat that from Prince. Hi, Alina. I'm huge fan of St. Paul's. We have huge fans of St. Paul's here. We have the question from Anna. How can ethical and responsible use of AI and the bots be ensured?
You can create, first of all, the basic answer for your questions with AI, and for example, your managers or your SMM managers can do some high-level tasks, and this routine you can delegate for chatbots, and after this you can analyze how it works and then create more and more activities here.
We have comment from Masoon. I need a recap of chatbot think session. Hope this conference is available and record session for coming days. Yes, guys, sure. The conference is recorded and you can rewatch it. Just don't forget to put like to this video, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you can rewatch it in any time you wish. Alina, can you share a little bit more about your further plans of integrations with ChatGPT and other AI toolkit?
Right now we have OpenAI on chatbots, but in the nearest future we have a plan, and right now it's not a plan, it's our task for development team. We will implement here and OpenAI on landing pages. You can generate some blocks, for example, for your landing with AI. It can be images, it can be text, for example, and it's about email too. For example, you can generate some blocks with images, with text, and for example, with topics for your email with OpenAI, and test how it works. For example, A/B test, the simple topic, the topic with AI, and after this you can create here, test, and see results, what's the best for your email campaign, for example. And I mean that it will be not about chatbots, it will be about email, about landing pages, and you will see it in the nearest future.
Great. One more question. It's about also chatbots and ChatGPT implementation. How do you deal with inaccurate and old information in ChatGPT? ChatGPT has information just till 2021. If users ask something with fresh information, how is it going? One of the most popular my prompts for ChatGPT, are you lying? Usually ChatGPT don't tell true in this case.
You can choose the new model that today I shared with you, and it's right now works pretty well. In the future, I will see that every month we have more and more updated information, and of course, don't use some models that's really old. Use the new one and yeah, try how it can be. And I think that in the end of this year we will see increase of relevant information here, because right now, yeah, some models can generate not some the best cases sometimes, but this model learn really fast, and we will see.
Okay. We have comment from Rupal. Thank you, Alina. Very balanced talk, and we have some hearts and comments like very much and valuable. Let me see. Maybe I've missed some questions in chat, and I'll let you go. There was question of with LinkedIn. Can St. Paul's help somewhere with LinkedIn marketing or not?
Right now, LinkedIn don't have some tools for chatbots like organic with subscribers and etc. But we have a partner, Snovio, and they can help with some cold outreach messages and cold outreach. For example, connections with LinkedIn. We don't work with LinkedIn right now. Maybe in the future it can be, but right now I recommend to use Snovio here.
Okay. Alina, I don't think questions in chat. I have some hearts, applause, and so on. So thank you for your great speech. Thank you for answering the questions. And I will be happy to see you on our other events. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Have a nice conference. Thank you.
Bye. Guys, we have a short break. It was like 15 minutes break, but after the answering all your questions, we have maybe just 9 or 8 minutes. So you have time to take a new cup of tea or cup of coffee. So it will be a short break where you can think about your questions. Don't hesitate to ask questions. I will be happy to ask these questions to our great speakers, share your comments, feedback, etc. So we will have a few time to rest, and after that we will have speakers with the best SMM strategies, social media marketing case from United Kingdom, Greece, Italy, Canada. So don't turn off the online streaming. You have possibility to ask your all questions online, and see you just in 8 minutes and with another great speaker. Hi guys, again, we are online, our social media marketing conference. Today we are teaching about social media, how to use it in your digital marketing career and how to get best results. I want to present you the next speaker. It's Pollyanna, the strategy director of Fly Story UK. She will talk about TikTok. TikTok is a great trend, so the topic will be raise the bar of your TikTok ads. Pollyanna leads the strategy department of the Fly Story, where she is responsible for developing and delivering innovative strategic solutions of clients. Her mission is to help brands be at the forefront of what possible, and throughout her career has flown Oreo drones through a shopping center, turned Piccadilly Circus into the live selfie feed, and launched the first DIY brand on TikTok. Sitting somewhere between marketing fundamentals and shiny new objects can find the sweet spot for your brand that deliver real brand growth while delivering cultural relevancy. So, Pollyanna, hi, how are you?
Hey, lovely to be here. Thanks so much for the lovely introduction.
I'm so happy to have you today with us. So, TikTok ads, yes?
TikTok ads it is. Are you ready for me to go?
Yeah, sure. It's up to you.
Perfect. Let's get into it. So appreciate that you're all watching at home virtually. But essentially what I'm here is hopefully to ask you, how many of you are confident in setting KPIs? Because KPIs are basically a very sort of tenuous subject. And when I think of this question, I've decided to go and ask one of my friends who's a marketing manager at an FMCG company. And I asked them, how do they report on their KPIs, their goals, their successes on TikTok? And they showed me something that looks like this. This is a very illustrative example, but basically it's a learnings and recommendations slide where it has two TikToks and it says 30-second TikToks perform better than 15-second TikToks. So in future, we should post more 30 seconds. And I kind of feel like that's saying something, but not really anything that's particularly useful. So I then went and spoke to one of my friends who works in innovation and social for a retail brand. And I asked them as well the same question: how do you report on your KPIs? And they showed me something that looks a little bit like this. Whenever they get a report from their social media agency, all the numbers are pointing upwards. It's plus 138% impressions, plus 42% clicks. So again, it seems like it's incredibly positive. But there doesn't seem to be any single source of truth in how KPIs are set. And this is the case whenever you look at headlines in the industry, that there is no one single way to report on what your TikTok ads are doing. But we all know that we need to know that because we got to do something to shout out our success on LinkedIn, right? But no, seriously, we do all need to be much more confident with measuring our TikTok content. And that's what I hope to achieve today. So I'm going to take you through three things. One is say goodbye to bad metrics of success. 2, I want you to help your marketing and finance departments take TikTok seriously. And 3, I want you to all come away feeling confident in setting objectives and KPIs. And I'm probably wondering who I am here to tell you this. Well, I'm Pollyanna Ward. I'm the strategy director at Flight Story, and we're a marketing and communications company who exists to help brands capture the opportunity that an ever-changing world creates. And we help brands be at the forefront of what's possible. So if that sounds like a brand that you work for or you need support in any of those areas, do feel free to drop me a line. But anyway, let's get into it. I hope that you've all had a coffee because it's going to be quite heavy. So the first thing I'm going to be talking about is bad metrics, which can lead to questionable decisions. And the first metric I'm calling out is followers, TikTok followers, that is. Followers are not a source of growth. This is from the book Eat Your Greens, but also from How Brands Grow. But you can basically see that the buying patterns for goods, the biggest portion are non-buyers or light buyers. To put it another way, Coca-Cola's biggest audience segment is people who buy 1 can of Coke a year. But when you then look at the buying concentration across a Facebook brand fan base, you can see that actually it's concentrated to the heavy buyers. And we know that brands grow by reaching new customers and as many people as possible. So followers are not going to help you drive growth. And I know what you're saying. That's a Facebook example. That's not relevant. But actually, I decided to go and check it out on TikTok. So here's one brand, Tesco, the biggest retailer in the UK. They have 186,000 followers, but the average basket size at Tesco in 2023 is £81.58. So if all of those people went and bought from Tesco, that would make up 0.03% of their sales revenue. Another brand, Ryanair, huge on TikTok. I'm sure all of you look to them. And actually, I was validated by doing this presentation with the head of social at Ryanair, who also stated that followers is not their metric. It's all about reach. But again, let's just use this as an example. 2 million followers, but 150 million people every year fly with Ryanair, which accounts for about 1.3% of their followers. Another example, going into Spain now, IKEA, 46,000 followers, but there's 41 million IKEA Spanish customers. So that's 0.11% on TikTok. And lastly, just to get away from sort of the sort of goods and product side and going into services, Prime Video, 2 million followers, a huge streaming service up against rivals like Netflix and Hulu. But they've got 13 million Prime Video members in the UK. So that's a difference in over £1 billion in revenue. So telling your finance director that you've got thousands of new followers is not going to cut it. The second metric I'm calling out is engagement rate. It seems very logical because if loads of people engage with your ad, that must mean it's good. But there's a difference between you and a brand and how you use social media personally. When you go on Instagram or you go on TikTok and you post a video yourself and you get loads of your friends commenting or tagging you or wishing you a happy birthday, fantastic, you're a person. But brands, nobody cares. Because nobody wakes up in the morning and wonders why their favorite biscuit brand hasn't tweeted them or commented on their TikTok. And smart marketers know this. They know that clicks and engagement don't correlate with any success. This is from the B2B Institute. And I know what you're thinking again. That's a LinkedIn example and a Facebook example. Let's use TikTok. So I decided to go and have a look. So Duolingo, arguably one of the biggest brands on TikTok. I took their most successful liked post, which had 1 million. But that's the equivalent of 0.17% of their total user base. Same again with Netflix, biggest streaming service in the world. This is one of their top performing liked posts, 627,000 likes. That's a huge number, but that's the equivalent of 0.27% of their total user base. And same again, Costa Coffee, so going into stores, they sell 2.8 million cups of coffee a day, which is a huge difference between their 27,000 likes. So engagement rate is completely context dependent, right? So if you're presenting a report to your brand or you're working at a brand and your agency presents you with this and you look at the impressions, you can see, okay, brand C here is actually doing really well. That's a great brand. But we're brand A and we're like, oh no, we're not doing very well. But the smaller the amount of impressions, the higher the engagement. And so actually, if you flip it round, brand A looks like it's actually doing really well if you're using engagement rate as a metric. So please banish that one as well from your reports. And the last one is ROI, or return on investment. And it definitely makes sense. Finance departments tend to talk in this language. You spend X amount and in return you achieve Y. However, it's a red flag to say that you're going to increase your ROI, because the way that ROI works is that to increase it, you should probably just spend less. Whereas actually, if you're going into new growth and growing your customer base, your ROI is actually going to become smaller. So ROI limits your brand growth and can send you broke. And I encourage you all to go and look at the work from Adidas, as well as Airbnb, where they have stood up and admitted that an over-reliance on ROI and short-term metrics led to their brands going on the decline. So here I always talk about it in the way of high ROI is scooping up the low-hanging fruit. So that's people who would have brought you anyway. And low ROI means that you're making waves into incremental revenue. So my key takeaways for this first section are: don't bother focusing on followers and stop chasing likes, and use ROI to assess efficiency of your channel, not effectiveness. Now, you want to be taken seriously by your marketing and finance department. So the next thing I'm going to be talking about is how you brief. The first rule of TikTok is that what you brief in determines what you get out. So for example, if you say you want to reach loads of people, your ads are going to try to reach as many people as possible. Same if you tell some influencers or creators, hey, we want more website traffic, then they're going to focus on telling people to click the link in their bio. So if you're wondering why they haven't done some long form story tell, they're going, well, you said to us you want to get traffic, so we're going to be doing all of the things to get people to click the link. And lastly, if you want your organic videos to sell products in your TikTok feed, for example, then naturally your creatives are going to, and your content team are probably going to focus on videos that are really product heavy and have shop now calls to action all over the place. So we need to ensure that we are giving clear outcomes for what we need. So as marketers, you're all familiar with hopefully the sort of briefing process, but in a good marketers will always make sure that everything ladders back up to the business objectives. And what I mean by that is that you'll start off with the overarching piece. So we need to increase profit or grow market share or deliver more sales. And these then transform into your marketing objectives. So that might be launch a new product or drive brand saliency. And these then drill down into your comms objectives, or here, for example, maybe it's your TikTok objectives. So that might be, we need to shift perceptions about our brand, or we need to nudge consumers to the website. So as you can see here, all of your activity ladders very neatly back up to the business objective. And this works the same way with your KPIs. So it might be, we want to be the #1 biscuit brand in the UK. That means that we need to drive 1 million incremental biscuit purchases, and we need to increase our recognition. And therefore, for say TikTok, it might be, right, so we need to reach X amount of people, increase the number of brand mentions, and we also need to run a brand uplift study to make sure that people are recalling and purchasing us. The thing is that most marketers stop here. They just give the objectives. They don't tell you what they actually want to achieve. But it's a really simple fix in the briefing process. So you want to make sure that you're empowering your teams, or empowering yourself even, to make sure that you're going to create a campaign on TikTok that's super successful. So at the bottom of the brief, after you've written like the target audience and the objectives, just have a little section that just goes how we're going to measure it. So we're going to be looking for unique reach of at least 50%, or we want to see a 45% increase in the number of people talking about our brand. So the key takeaways there is always start with what your business overall is focused on. Remember that inputs equal outputs, and just empower your agencies to tell you what they're measuring. And the last thing I wanted you to walk away with was confidence. As marketers, you are all confident with the funnel. You know that it's awareness, consideration, conversion, and some people always add a little advocacy piece at the end. So starting with awareness is very much about telling as many people as possible that are your potential audience that, hey, our brand exists. It used to mean this, and some of you who may be the same age as me might remember this, where awareness was basically putting an ad outside the CEO's office, so that because if the CEO could see it, then they knew that everybody else must be seeing the same ad. But we live in the social media age, fragmented attention, people switching between different channels. It means something very different now. So the awareness KPIs that we're really looking to focus on are unique reach, frequency, and CPM. Frequency is really important because you can have a report that says that you got 1 million impressions. If the frequency was like 20, then you've just annoyed the same person over and over again. Some TikTok solutions then to achieve these goals. So the first one is the TikTok top view. So that first one there is it's the ad when you open up your TikTok. It's the first one on the screen. The second one is in feed. This one, hopefully lots of you are familiar with, but that's where you just show up in the feed as people are scrolling. And the last one is the hashtag challenge, and this is a video. Great. Then we go on to the consideration part of the funnel. This is very much about reinforcing or shifting attitudes, and we measure that through more passive actually uses than sort of active. So we know that people spending time with your content is definitely a better indicator than someone liking it, because that means that it was relevant to them. If you've got a filter, for example, then maybe, or you're using a TikTok sound, the number of uses that has is also a really good indicator that someone is using your brand to reflect something about themselves. So you've spoken to them. And then of course, website visits. So making sure that people are going to your website to perhaps go and find out more. Some of the different formats that you can use include the following. The first one, hopefully self-explanatory, but that's very much filters. And the second one, this is a bit of a long video, but I think it makes the point.
Oh no.
That looks awful.
It's not that bad, is it?
Yeah, it's bad. What's wrong with her?
What have you done to me?
It's just a shaving rash. Does this mean I'm the better looking one now?
Definitely.
No, this is your fault.
No, it isn't.
You dry shaved me over the sink. Of course it's your fault.
I was in a hurry.
Well, maybe instead of hacking away at me, you could have taken an extra 30 seconds to apply shaving cream so I didn't look like this.
Oh my god. All right? Relax. It's only an ingrown hair. Everyone gets them.
I'm a monster.
Can we pick it? Yeah, I think we've got to get it.
Oh, guys. Let's not be hasty now, guys. I just got here. What have you done?
So as you saw there, influencers are such a fantastic way to drive those consideration and advocacy metrics and goals, because people watch people, right? Make TikToks, not ads, and all of that. And the product there, I don't know if you saw it, was the shaving cream. It's just nipped in natively into the story. And the last one, this is fairly new, but TikTok SEO is now a thing. Forgot there was sound on that one.
Contour line from Maritzia is one of my favorites. They are very easy to style and layer with. T-shirts are a must as well.
So that one there, so TikTok SEO. So basically now TikTok is ranking content based on search key and keywords and searches. So for example, if you're a fashion brand and you want to make sure that you're being surfaced when people are looking for, say, in this example, office outfit ideas, it's going to look at the keywords that are in your actual video and in your descriptions. So you can start to be surfaced up naturally when people are in that discovery mindset. And the last one is the sort of bottom of the funnel, so the sales or the conversions. So these might be things like leads or sales. And then, of course, you want to measure the cost per action. Cost per action here, so like that's the cost per lead or the cost per sale. Essentially, as we spoke about before, it's going to get expensive as you start to go past that low-hanging fruit. But then what you end up with is being able to assess very equally your channels. So you can say, actually, TikTok for us is possibly not a sales channel. However, we're going to keep the lights on in awareness and consideration, because we can see that, say, on Pinterest, our cost per action is a lot lower. So it's helping you decide whereabouts in the funnel these different channels play. And just some examples here to achieve those. Very easy for the TikTok shop. Again, it's really important that everything is sort of optimized. You've only got, I think, 30 characters. So just making sure that it's super clear what you're selling. The other one is, of course, using Spark ads, so influencers with shoppable links overlaid. And then the last one is, this is brand new. This is going to be search ads. They're currently in beta at the moment, so they'll be rolling out. But again, think a little bit like PPC or pay-per-click campaigns or Google shopping campaigns. That's coming to TikTok as well. So I guess there's a lot to take in there. I do appreciate that. So hopefully, just in terms of the key takeaways, awareness is all about getting in front of the right people. Consideration is about creating a meaningful impact, and conversion is all about nudging people to take an action. And all of these metrics are available in TikTok Ads Manager, as well as in your TikTok Analytics. And we see that kind of doing the job of those short-term metrics. There are also ways to measure beyond the platforms. The first one that I talk about quite a lot comes from Les Burnett, who wrote The Long and Short of It, and Media in Effectiveness and Media in Focus. There's lots of great work that he does and shares on LinkedIn. He's done some things with Facebook recently. But essentially what he found was that share of search is a leading indicator of share of market. This is a free tool. You just go on Google Trends, you type in your brand name and type in your competitors and basically look at the search index. So if people are searching for your brand more than they are competitors, then that lends itself very neatly to your share of market. The other way is obviously uplift studies and surveys. You can either do this through the TikTok platform or any of your social platforms, depending on wherever you're running, or you can work with a third-party company, say like Nielsen, who can also help you run surveys and ask people, if you saw this ad, do you now think of our brand when buying X? And lastly, this one's a little bit of a tougher one. I appreciate, and it kind of needs to be driven by a marketing department, but econometrics or market mix modeling basically helps you understand the channels working the hardest in your media mix. So what you do here is you put in all of the variables, whether that's seasonality, pricing, promotions, how much you're spending across the different channels. And then over the course of 6 to 12 months, it then uses a very complex maths. A company like Magic Numbers, for example, do this very well, but they can basically show how versus last click measurement or Google Analytics or TikTok Ads Manager measurement, they can actually show the real power behind those channels. And it goes without saying that none of these KPIs are new. We've all been using recall, perception, intent, and then you just translate that across to social. So that might be reach, views, and sales. It's only the tactics that have changed. And feel free to take a picture of this framework if it helps. Of course, I can make this presentation available afterwards, but if anyone is furiously wanting to screenshot now, I'll give you 5 seconds. But essentially, this basically helps me ladder everything back up. So I always start with, okay, the business wants to achieve this. These are their marketing KPIs. Therefore, this is the job of, say, TikTok in this instance, or maybe it's the job of Snapchat or Facebook. These are the formats I want to use. And then the short-term KPIs, so the things that I can measure in the platforms. And the long-term KPIs, so that's using things like third parties or share of search or sales uplift. So I said at the start of my presentation, I wanted you to walk away knowing these 3 things: say goodbye to bad metrics of success, help your marketing and finance departments take TikTok seriously, and be confident in setting objectives and KPIs. So I'm hoping that you are all a little bit more confident now. But if you're not, you can head to flightstory.com, where you can get in touch with the team, who'll be more than happy to help. Thank you.
Pollyanna, thank you for a great speech. Thank you for great TikToks for us. We have few philosophical questions in chat. There were a lot of attempts to kill TikTok from YouTube Shorts, from Instagram Reels. Why do you think TikTok is still such a great popular tool, and how it will compete with its big competitors in future?
Great question. I think when it comes to TikTok and why it's not been not sort of died a hideous death, I think is because it kind of bridges that entertainment gap. So we actually see it more in the space of like a YouTube, for example, where it's full screen, it's sound on, it's incredibly immersive. So just in terms of, it's not kind of mindless scrolling, you're actually actively watching content. The second thing is that the algorithm is obviously a lot more advanced. If you think about Instagram, for example, or top of my head, Instagram or Facebook, for example, they're based on your social graph. So if you've got friends and family who, a funny story, but let's say they're really boring, you're going to see really boring content. Whereas on TikTok, if you love dogs or you love fashion videos, it's going to show you those things that you already like. So it's just a really great way for you to actually expand some, like, you know, your interests and your hobbies and enter those communities. So I think it does those jobs very, very well.
We have a few questions from EA Lopez. Hi, how do we create effective marketing and content strategies to push video to show it in beside using ads? How we can do effective marketing strategies without ads?
Oof. So I think it's a very, very big question. But if I was
problematic question.
Problematic question. I feel like the overarching piece is really just being super clear on what do you want, who do you want to talk to? Your target audience is always going to be number one, because if they're not on TikTok, then it's a waste of your time. But if they're on Facebook, for example, obviously we know social media, everyone spends time on there, but just know who your target audience is. What's their problem? What's the barrier that you need to help them overcome? And then what do you want them to do? Do you want them to buy? Do you want them to learn more? Do you want them to think differently about you? Or do you just want them to know that you have a sale on right now? And then you'll buy. So I always use the get to buy framework. So get, who's the person, to take an action, and then buy. The buy is then a specific maybe tactic. So it might be like buy making them laugh through influencer videos, or get dog lovers to choose X dog food brand by showing them that dog food can be healthy. So that's kind of the 3-step framework. And then when you go into TikTok, whether it's Ads Manager, for example, you kind of just put in all of those target audience, optimization, and then you put in your creative.
Thanks for answering. And one more question: what are the right metrics for the TikTok ad? I understand that you had a great slide with framework. Maybe you can give the main key points.
No worries. So the main key points are, it's very much what is it that you want to get away from this. So just thinking back to that chart of, if your overall thing is to maybe launch a new product, then you want to get as many eyeballs on it as possible, and you probably want people to go and buy it. Therefore, your KPIs are going to be reach and they're going to be sales. But if we take a trickier one, maybe you work for a B2B brand, so like a service-based business for other businesses. Maybe it's you want people to know that you're doing an event, in which case your KPI would then be event registrations. So it's always just thinking about what is it that you want to achieve and then taking that back. All of the other metrics, things like engagement rate and things like that, they're lovely as proxy measures. They're useful to know if people like the creative, but they're not actually tied to anything tangible.
Great, thank you. One more question. It's about our previous speaker, Anca, was talking about evergreen content. Do you have experience using TikTok content in other social medias, other content approach? Can you share this experience maybe with some of your clients?
Amazing. Yes. One of them, I guess more of a personal one, but I did spend all of the summer last year dancing around in a field in a Capri Sun costume. So one of the ways to do evergreen content for Capri Sun was to create a mascot very similar to Duolingo and basically react to trends. So evergreen content on TikTok is very much about trying to drive as experimentation, having loads of fun, being a little bit unhinged, being a bit chaotic. So don't just copy paste the trends, but try and add something extra to it. So at the moment, it's the smashing bottles down the stairs. You see that trending, have a think, what's your brand's point of view on that? I've seen some brands jump on it, throwing like hot sauce down the stairs if they're a fast food brand. I've seen Duolingo throw the owl costume down the stairs. So it moves very quickly. Something when it comes to evergreen content, you kind of have planned content. So things that you definitely want to talk about, that'll be things that are probably more relevant to your brand. But the great thing about TikTok is that, you know, every week there's a new sound, there's a new transition, there's a new filter. So you can have a lot of fun there.
One more question about competitor analysis tools. We had Annalisa in our toolkit at the beginning of the conference. What are the tools for analyzing your competitors on TikTok can you recommend?
Yes, the first one, it's freshly launched on Monday it launched. No, I lie. Last Monday it launched. TikTok Ads Library. Google that or put it into your URL. You can go on there and you can type in your competitor brand and it shows you all the ads they're running and how many impressions they've ran and the dates that it's running. So that's the first one. That same tool exists for Facebook as well. So you can go on Facebook Ads Library and see all of the ads that they're running across the Meta network. So that'll be the first place. The second place, again, I know I'm talking about TikTok here, but the Creative Center is fantastic. You can go in there and type in any vertical, any keyword, and again, just see the kinds of content that are out there. Beyond that, though, I would also just say, honestly, just having like a Google, looking in Twitter, looking on social listening, looking in like trade press, so look at the Drum or look at Campaign Magazine or look at social media, Social Media Today. All of these publications, they all talk about current campaigns. So just to get a bit of a broader context, you can see like case studies in the press. But if you want to look at them right now, apart from going on their page, the ads library is definitely an untapped resource.
Yeah, no, thank you for the ads library. We are heavily using Facebook ads library and Google ads library, but at the same time, TikTok was something new for me. So thank you for this tool. I think that we will share with our audience during our session, and we will share it in chat. Let me see, do we have any other questions? Pollyanna, we don't have any other questions. Thank you for great speech. Thank you for answering the question, and I wish you a great day.
Thank you so much, Anton, and thank you everyone else for joining. Great questions, and do reach out to me on LinkedIn or whatever if we can help at all, or if you've got any other questions.
Great. I've already connected to you to LinkedIn, so see you.
Perfect. See you later.
Yeah, bye-bye. Guys, it was a great speech about TikTok. We will have some other speakers who will share their TikTok experience today. But it's time to present the next speaker. Before this, I will want to share a little bit about special offers which our speakers and partners today share with you. Today, Social Bee is offering exclusive 50% discount for 3 months of all Social Bee monthly plans. Use code SocialBee50x3 and get 50% discount. You can get a free trial of a duck soup using the link that colleagues will share in chat. There is a special offer from St. Paul's offer for $50 for chatbots. You can start using it. And there is the special offer for attendees. Sign up for Inside Scope membership and try it for only $3. So guys, find these and other offers in chat. And I want to share with you the next speaker credential. Unfortunately, speaker can go live, but we have recorded sessions. So our next speaker will be Konstantinos Doulgeridis. He is Facebook and Instagram ads expert and market IT Greece. This speech is recorded. He will share the art and science of Facebook advertising, optimizing your campaigns for success. Over the last year alone, he spent a total about $100 million in ad spend, and according to Upwork itself, he is in top 3 of freelancers in the niche. His portfolio is successful projects, contains many multi-million-dollar companies that help scale to where they are now. On top of that, he had a rapidly grow of YouTube channel, and he is a book author of The Power of Sell Anything, which you can find on Amazon. So let's meet the video recording speech of Konstantinos and see you then.
Hello, and thank you SkillsBoosters for inviting me. My name is Konstantinos Doulgeridis. I'm a Facebook and Instagram ads expert with more than 10 years of experience. And today we're going to discuss about the art and science of Facebook advertising, optimizing your campaigns for success. So basically, a little bit about me. I'm doing this for the past 10 years. I'm currently working on more than 45 ad accounts. I've spent more than 100 million across ad accounts. I had my own e-commerce store. I'm an e-commerce store owner. I sold my store some years ago when I realized that I didn't want to do that anymore, but I just wanted to do Facebook ads, and I loved understanding more and more the algorithm. And I'm the author of the book, The Power to Sell Anything, and I have my own YouTube channel, which is my difficult Greek name, Konstantinos Doulgeridis, where you can find a lot of value and a lot of videos. Our whole philosophy in the channel is all about explaining the algorithm on how it works in a much deeper level, instead of just following blueprints or stuff that are going to be outdated soon. My whole philosophy is that you need to learn how the Facebook algorithm is working, adjust, make your own strategies, but understand each small button of what it does, why we use it, when we use it, and all of that is going to make you a better advertiser at the end of the day. That's all. Let's go a little bit to see what we are going to discuss about today. We're going to discuss about how the Facebook algorithm optimizes, how to optimize a CBO campaign, how to optimize an Advantage Plus campaign, which came to our life since September, and they are very popular and they are working very well, and then the ad account structure. Let's go straight away to it because I don't have a lot of time and I can speak about these kind of topics for hours. Now, let's discuss about how the Facebook algorithm works. Most of the times we tend to say that we don't want you to run traffic ads, for example, and then retarget them, because Facebook algorithm is extremely capable of understanding who is going to convert and who is not going to convert. The whole concept here is that Facebook platform and the algorithm has become so good that now understands completely who is going to convert and not. Maybe, for example, one example that I like to use is that maybe it understands from our behaviors from the past 10 years. If I'm spending all of my money during the half of the month and then I don't have money because I wait for my salary, then Facebook knows that it has to show me the ads that I'm more likely to convert within these first 15 days. And I can have more and more examples about that. But the whole idea is that Facebook knows very well who is going to buy and who is not. In my book, I'm saying that Facebook is the magic platform that actually sells to you something that you didn't know that you wanted 5 seconds ago. So it is that powerful. But how does it work? So you create one campaign. We don't tell you to use engagement or traffic ads because of these reasons that we mentioned earlier, because Facebook is going to give you all the people that they just go to sites and they don't buy. It can do that. It has so much data in order to do it. So we use conversion campaigns, and we do either our catalog ads, which I like to use mostly about retargeting, but we do catalog ads, we do Advantage Plus campaigns, we do normal sales campaigns with a conversion event. So what are we doing? We are saying to Facebook, okay, Facebook, I want you to optimize for people that they are going to buy. So whoever is going to buy, find me more people like them. That's the whole concept, and this is how it's working. But something that most of the times people don't know is that it has one step before that. So when you create one campaign, the initial thing that Facebook watches in order to understand if it's going to spend more money in an ad, for example, let's say that we create a CBO campaign which has 5 ad sets inside, and Facebook wants to decide in which ad set is going to give more budget. CBO campaign means campaign budget optimization campaign. It means that we put a budget in the campaign level and Facebook decides how it's going to spend all of that. But how it does decide? It decides based on the engagement. This is what most times people miss. So initially, it's going to see the creative that we have. It's going to understand if it's good or bad based on showing it to people, and if people interact with it, they like it, they comment to it, and whatever. Then it's going to start spending more and more and more money to it. So at some point it's going to have a sale, and then after it's going to get the sale, it's going to say, okay, Konstantinos was a sale. Let me find a similar person like Konstantinos. Then it's Konstantinos is someone else. Let me find a similar person like Konstantinos and this other person. And then we have the creation of the hot pockets that we will talk about it in a little bit. So initially we have the engagement. The engagement is the one that is defining how much Facebook is going to spend in an ad. This is why it's also very important when you're starting your campaigns to watch on the comments and all of that in order to know if this engagement is good. Because if you have bad engagement, guess what? Facebook cannot recognize that, and it's going to spend money on an ad set that is having bad engagement, and more people that they do this kind of engagement are going to come, because this is what Facebook thinks that is going to help the ad. So initially engagement, this is why we don't use images with videos together, because videos, when you scroll down into your feed, they are getting these 3 seconds autoplay. It's considered engagement. But when you have an image, the engagement is much more difficult, like click, comment, share. It's considered an engagement. So don't use them together when you run your CBO campaigns or Advanced Plus campaigns. Just do different campaigns for your images, different campaigns for your videos. I have seen images working very well even against videos, but technically it's not correct and you're giving less chances into your images. So we discussed about engagement and how it's working and why it's important at the start of the campaigns to monitor the engagement and see if it's actually good engagement or bad engagement in order for you to continue spending money to these ad sets. If you have bad engagement, just close it because it doesn't worth it. But after that, we have the conversion event. The conversion event is what we actually want from Facebook, and Facebook is very good at finding more and more people that they use this conversion event. And now, after that point, we have the formation of actually the hot pockets. What are the hot pockets? So imagine this. Imagine that you're advertising in the United States and you have an audience of 250 million people that you are targeting. Let's say, for the sake of this example, that you're not using interests and that we're having, let's say, a broad audience of only men that they like fishing. In this audience, when you're using different creatives, for example, you will have a video about bass fishing, or you have a video with boat fishing, or a video about lake fishing or river fishing. So there are sub niches within every niche, especially in big niches or in or even in smaller niches. So the whole point here is this: can you create different hot pockets into these sub niches? The answer is yes. And how can you do it? You can do it with a very simple way. You can use more than one ad sets with the same targeting. And this is my crazy method and how I use it, which I'm going to explain in a little bit. But the hot pockets formation, and we need to explain a little bit of how Facebook creates these hot pockets, is completely random. So a lot of times Facebook is proposing to run just only one ad set, for example, and spend all of your money there. I'm totally against that. Let me tell you why. If you take the same ad and you run it on Monday, then you close it. You run it on Tuesday, you close it. You run it on Friday, you close it. You run it on next Monday, you close it. Your results are going to be completely different. The reason for that, okay, by the time, as long as you are optimizing, they are going to just start becoming more and more uniform. But at the end of the day, you might have a bad day, you might have a good day. Facebook is not at all a stable platform. We have days that everything is doing well, we have days that everything is doing bad. So in order for you to avoid that, you need to use a lot of ad sets, and we will explain a little bit that in the crazy method. But why? Because we're forming different hot pockets. So imagine that. At the start, we have the engagement, but after that point, let's say that from this engagement, Konstantinos engaged, and Konstantinos is a guy that likes river fishing. So then it's going to be a hot pocket which is going to be formed, which is going to be the river fishing hot pocket, because Konstantinos was like this, and most probably the next people that is going to come, because it's being based on the data of Konstantinos, it's going to be more people on that niche. Or if you have another ad set that it has converted, it's going to convert based on the people that are there. So this is forming hot pockets, and the randomness is there. It's completely random who is going to convert initially, and then the hot pocket is being formed. So imagine that you have a whole circle, which is a 250 million, and inside that you have small circles that are the different hot pockets that you are forming. When you're forming hot pockets, then you're starting optimizing based on the hot pockets. It doesn't mean that you're going to reach all the 250 million people, but you're going to do all of that with the hot pocket. Now, after the hot pockets, we have also the learning phase, which is another thing that we need to discuss, because it really explains the way that you are going to actually, let's say, scale your different ads. So the way that I like to scale campaigns is that I like to always go and create another campaign and not just scale vertically my campaign. What is the learning phase? The learning phase is the theory from Facebook that says this, that you need 50 events. Even if you're optimizing for checkout, for example, as a conversion event, you need 50 checkout events. In our case, in our examples, we optimize always for purchase because I never optimize for anything else in e-commerce stores. We need 50 events in the last 7 days, which is your attribution setting that you put into your ad set level. Most of the times it's on the bottom. And over there, you're having basically the attribution setting is the consolidation of the attribution window and the conversion window, which is now called attribution setting. And basically it is this. Facebook is going to use the last 7 days data, which in this case it's purchases, in order to find more people and optimize your ad set. And this is what the learning phase is. If you put over there 1 day, then the learning phase is going to stop when you have 50 events in 1 day. Now, I have seen a lot of times ad sets getting out of the learning phase with much less sales, but I have seen also ad sets getting a lot of sales like 50 and then go to learning limited, for example. Learning limited means that your ad set is not going to go so well. Let me tell you that I don't look the learning phase or the learning limited a lot, because I have seen that without watching them also you can have very good results. So to me it's just a theory that you need to have into your mind, but you don't need to be obsessed with the learning phase, because even ad sets that they go out of the learning phase, I can tell you that they might be doing worse from ad sets that they are still on the learning phase. So this is the learning phase and this is how it's working. But the learning phase also says this, that you need to scale your ads 20% every day in order for you not to go back to the learning phase, 20% more as a budget. In my opinion, I don't like that, because even if you do it once, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 times, 11 times, 12 times, at some point it's going to fail. And when it's going to fail, you're going to be left with nothing. So what I propose is you have one campaign. It's working with $50, $100 per day, $500 per day. Leave it as it is. Do another campaign. Duplicate it. Start running it with a new ID. Why? So that you can create other hot pockets. Because this hot pocket that you are having over there, when you're putting more and more and more budget, then Facebook tries to find either other hot pockets or it's trying to expand this hot pocket. And at some point this is going to fail no matter what. Because the hot pocket that is forming, it's having enough money, the ad set is having enough money every day in order to spend in this hot pocket, so that it's not going to break it and it's going to serve it for a long time. If you give more money, either it's going to push to try to find another hot pocket or sales in another area, or what is going to happen is that it's going to try to expand this hot pocket with catastrophic results. Again, I'm not saying that it's not working, I'm just saying that inevitably at some point your ad sets are going to fail and they're going to lose ROAS. So what is better? To keep what is working, keep it for as long as you can and start building up with campaigns instead of building up this one campaign that if you have 5 bad days of Facebook, which is happening a lot of times, it's going to ruin your whole campaign and you won't be able to do nothing. On the other case, if you have several campaigns, you can just lower the budgets, close one of them, and you're going to survive. But if you just have one campaign that you're scaling all the time, inevitably at some point you're going to lose it. But by duplicating it, you go for other hot pockets that they have nothing to do with your hot pockets. And I don't want to hear anything about competing with your own ads, because it doesn't matter, guys. As long as you're getting good return on ad spend in your ad sets, then it doesn't matter at all of what kind of results you are going. If somebody from Meta, for example, says that this is bad because you're competing with yourself. If I'm competing with myself and I'm getting 5 ROAS, who cares? Okay. Of course, ROAS is something that it's completely different for each ad account, because you might be selling desks and you need 10 ROAS, or you might be selling t-shirts and you might need 2 ROAS. So the 5 ROAS was just an example. Now, the pixel and the API, what is this? It's the unique code that we put, or now we have the API, which is not a code, but it's server-to-server integration now, and it's reporting back to Facebook what people are doing within our site. So when we are having that, the thing is that with new pixels, you need to continue having data, and the APIs, of course. You need to continue having data all the time, and more sales, because then your pixel is also getting trained, and it's actually using all of this data in order to form an ideal avatar client for you. With many data, it understands who is going to be your ideal avatar, and then you can do broad targeting, like in the example that we have mentioned at the start. But the other thing here is that with new pixels, what we see is that we see a lot of times that we do run some ads for 1-2 days, they are working, and then when they are working, they just die. And this is very typical with new pixels. So the pixels are also helping you in order to create your hot pockets, because the more data that they have, the more they actually tend to give you traffic in a specific hot pocket, which is going to be created. So the more data that you have in your pixel, then you can do broad targeting. Except from doing interest and lookalikes, you can go to broad targeting, and over there it makes total sense for your pixel to create different hot pockets, and by doing different campaigns all the time. Let's start discussing a little bit about CBO campaigns and how we need to optimize them, and the different structures that we might have. CBO campaign means campaign budget optimization. We have another way of doing also campaigns, which is ABO, which is ad set budget optimization. With CBOs, it means that we are putting all of our budget into the campaign level, and then we let Facebook decide on how much is going to spend in each one of the ad sets. On the other case, with ABO, it means that we are putting our budget, and it's going to be specific for each ad set, so we are deciding how much it's going to spend. The whole point, the thing with CBO is that when it started, I don't remember if it was 2 or 3 years ago. I believe it was 3 or maybe 4. The thing with CBO is that when it started, like everything at Facebook, it wasn't working well. It was not performing so well. So right now, and this is what I like to say also, that we do not trust Facebook to all the things that they propose, because they are also a company and they want to make money. But we do trust the algorithm. So if Facebook is pushing something, eventually it's going to work, but we don't need to go like sheeps immediately and start using it, because it doesn't mean that it's working immediately. CBOs came to our life. They wasn't working well for 6 months. Everybody started using them after that, because in 99% of the cases, they're winning any other ABO campaign, because they're just giving money to the best ad set that is having the best results based on the optimization event that you are actually having. The different structures that you can have here in a CBO campaign, there are these. You can use them with lookalikes, you can use them with interest, and you can use them also with my crazy method, which I'm going to explain. The interest side is that you're taking a CBO campaign, you're having a budget, and let's say, for example, you're having $100 budget, then you're seeing what kind of average cost per purchase am I getting in my ad account. If you're getting 20, for example, you're going to do a CBO campaign with $100 budget and 5 ad sets, which is 5 multiplied 20, it's the $100. You should not put too many ad sets, because then the CBO budget is not going to be spent in a good way. Don't forget that all of the budgets are daily and they're resetting daily, and you cannot just go and just put for example 50 ad sets with a $100 budget, because that means that you want to have cost per purchases. I cannot do the math right now. Let's do the math. Let's say that you need 100. Let me see, guys. So 100 divided with 50. Yeah, it's too. Sorry for that. So basically, it means that you're asking for $2 cost per purchase to each one of your ad set. That means that Facebook is not obliged to give you that. Nobody invited you to advertise on the Facebook platform, and it's your choice. If you want $2 cost per purchase in order to be able to have profits, that's your problem and not Facebook problem. So be careful what you are doing with your budget and how many assets you put inside, because this is going to define how much is going to be spent across the assets, and if they're not enough, you're not going to have sales. Another thing that you can do is that you can put in your assets different interests. Don't forget to group your interests together based on the potential reach that each one of the interests has. And when you are doing that, you will see which one is working very well and which one is having good results. You can close the others and you can keep the one. Sadly, I cannot explain to you completely on how the CBO optimization is working, but I have live examples into my YouTube channel that you can check. Somebody teaching you how to do Facebook ads is one thing, and teaching you optimization, it needs a lot of time and it's a completely different thing. Let's discuss a little bit about the crazy method. What is the crazy method? The crazy method is a method that I have found when I was doing ads and I first realized about the randomness of the initial results. So I thought to myself, okay, if I'm running these ads and I'm having different results in the different days, I'm going to run exactly the same ad a lot of times so that I can try to limit my exposed to risk of having bad results if I use just one ad set. Another thing is that when I was spending millions and millions in an ad account, I realized that I would never be able to reach all of the people, even by spending these millions. By just having one ad set or two ad sets or three ad sets or a normal CBO campaign with different interests. If I found, for example, just for a reason that one interest was working very well with a set of creatives and I was spending $500, $1,000, $5,000 per day on this one, that still would be a very slow progress in order to reach all of the people of the audience. What I realized is that I could find more ways of doing it, and that was the crazy method. But what is the crazy method? The crazy method is, let's say, for example, that in our previous example, you have a CBO campaign and you have 5 interests and you see that one of the interests is working very well and you have very good ROAS. Instead of you increasing the budget on this one, you just take and you duplicate this ad set inside a new CBO campaign with a new ID, and you're putting now this ad set 5 times. All of the ad sets are going to be exactly the same. The creative is going to be the same. The copy is going to be the same. Everything is going to be the same. And when you're having that, you are creating different hot pockets, what we mentioned earlier. You are having also, though, different randomness of the initial results, because maybe Konstantinos is going to be the first sale or someone else. So it's not only the hot pockets, but it's also the randomness of the initial results that you are combating, because if you have a bad day, maybe some of them are going to work. Third thing is that you are able to go in an audience of 250 million people and try to reach faster and faster and faster, more hot pockets, because with just one ad set, you won't be able to actually reach all of the people that you want. The crazy method is not a method for beginners, and it's not a method that you should use when you are starting your ad account. You should try to do tests with normal CBO campaigns, with interest, with lookalikes, with everything, and then when you find something working, then use it on the crazy method in order for you to be able to scale. The crazy method has the same optimization as a normal CBO campaign. You can watch videos again, as I said, but just to give you a little bit of context here, the CBO optimization is all about having the different ad sets. If some of the ad sets are not producing the results that we want, we just turn them off. And then what we do is that we are left with, let's say, for example, 2 ad sets. We see what they are spending in the previous day, and we try to maintain the same budget, because the more the more you turn off an ad set, the more you liberate budget to the others, and maybe you're going to disturb hot pockets if you do so. That's a very general thing. In order to understand and stimulate you a little bit, in order to watch a little bit the videos and understand, there are cases that you don't have to lower your budget, for example, into your CBO campaign if you have more ad sets left and so on. But I don't want to keep talking about that because I will make it super complicated, and I don't want. I think that if you watch videos, you will understand more about the ABO optimization. There is a new trend in the Facebook ads. It's about consolidation, and it's coming completely from the Facebook meta side. When Facebook is saying something, you can just ignore it and do whatever is working for you on the ad account. This is not negotiable because it's your money, but you need to keep into your mind that this is what Facebook wants to do at the end of the day, and maybe in 1 year, in 2 years, maybe in 6 months, it's going to be the new thing. And consolidation was one of the things that Meta was pushing a lot. They don't want you to do a lot of ads. I'm completely different. I do a lot of ads and I like it and I have very good results. But in my mind that eventually maybe the platform is going to become a platform that really likes consolidation and just having only one ad. And this is when the Advantage Plus came in the previous September. What is Advantage Plus? Advantage Plus is a new type of campaign that basically in this campaign you can there are presets, that there are specific settings that Meta is deciding for you what kind of settings they want you to put. From automatic placements, you're just influencing the targeting of the country. It's even broad targeting. You cannot even use interest. They're going to do some changes about that in terms of excluding some areas and zip codes, some ages, but this is going to happen most probably at the end of the year. And whenever we talk about changes, they happen gradually in ad accounts and they don't happen all of them together. So basically, this is the Advantage Plus, is a preset campaign which is having specific settings. The only thing that you're influencing is the creative. And this is what I believe that Facebook wants to do. They want you to reach at some point that everyone can go to the platform, they can start using it, they can start spending money, and they are going to have only one thing to do. Find a good copy and a good creative, and most probably later this is going to be done also by an AI. So this is how it's working, but let's discuss a little bit about the optimization and how the hot pockets are being created over there. When the Advantage Plus came, everybody realized that, I knew it, but everybody realized that the hot pocket optimization is happening because of the ad, of the creative. And it makes total sense. One example that I like to use is that, let's say, for example, a car. If you have a car, which is actually something that people buy for different reasons, and you put a video with a car that you drive and a beautiful lady next to it, then you go for the niche of the people that they buy a car for the lifestyle. If you put the specs, then you go for the niche of the people that they like to buy a car with the specs and so on. So with different creatives, you can go and you can target different markets. And this is something that Advantage Plus is doing very well, because you are having just one ad set, broad, all preset settings, and you have completely different creatives so that Facebook can create different hot pockets. So the hot pockets, we know from that are being formed not in the ad set level that we have our interest targeting or our targeting in general in that case, but they are being formed in the ad level. And why? Because the pixel is there. We are saying that I want you to use this pixel over there, and the pixel is the one that is forming the hot pockets that we are targeting. So basically, the Advantage Plus is this campaign that is having, you can use more than 200 ads over there. I believe it's either 150 or 250, I don't remember, but there's no way that someone would do so many. And you're just having one ad set and all of these inside, and then Facebook decides how to spend. But how do you optimize a campaign like this? Well, the truth is that this kind of campaign is completely different from the CBO and has completely different optimization. Because over here, the budget is going to be distributed among the ads, but not in the ad set level, but it's going to be distributed in the ad level. And in the ad level, what is going to happen is that you are going to observe, each one of you that you are running Advantage Plus campaigns, or if you run in the future, you will see that there is always a dominant ad. There's an ad which is taking all of the budget, and there are another two leading ads. Most of the times there are three ads, even if you have 150 or 20. There are going to be three ads that they're taking most of the budget. And now it's up to you to monitor if your leading ad is the one that you want, even from the third day or second day or fourth day, depending on how fast your results are being attributed, and if you are selling high ticket items, for example, that you have to be a little bit more flexible and wait. But even from the second day, from a brand that is selling items in the comfort zone costs like $25 or $30, even on the second day, third day, you can go there and you can see if your dominant ad it's actually giving you what you want. For example, if you go there and your break-even ROAS is on 3, and you're seeing that your dominant ad is spending most of the budget with 1.9 ROAS, there is no way that this campaign is going to recover. If you have high ticket items, maybe you need to wait more because one sale can mean a lot, especially at the start of the campaign in terms of ROAS. But in general, you get my point. You need to monitor the dominant ad, and if the dominant ad is not working in a way that you want, that means that you need to just turn it off and let the budget go to the others. Now, if you're blessed enough and you have the two other leading ads with the second and third spending of the campaign to have some good results, then that means that the spend is going to go there. If those are not also good, then it means that you need to continue doing that process until you have a dominant ad which is going to give you the results that you want. In CBO campaigns, you're working with average results, and you're looking, if you have 10 assets, for example, you're looking to have a good average result in between your ad sets, because some of them can be the volume and some of them can be the quality ROAS ad sets. In the Advantage Plus campaigns, the thing that you need to watch is the dominant ad, because without the dominant ad, which is spending the majority of the budget, you're not going to have good results. So the way that you optimize it is this, and if you want to learn more about it, I have several videos also in my YouTube channel about that with actual case studies. Now, let's talk a little bit about ad account structure, because we talked about CBO, we talked about the Advantage Plus campaigns, but I think it's also time to discuss a little bit about the structure. The structure that you need to have into your ad account, for me, it doesn't have to be simple, and a lot of times agencies are pushing this concept because it's easier for them to manage. But as a person that I personally do the ads for my clients, and yes, with all of these accounts, I still do them because I need to keep producing content for my YouTube channel and everything, and I don't want to become outdated. For all of these specific cases, let me tell you that I'm using a lot of campaigns, maybe a lot of Advanced Plus, a lot of CBO campaigns, if both of them are working equally well on the account, many of them. The truth is that you can do up to 8 Advanced Plus campaigns, and of course if you do 8 Advanced Plus campaigns, most probably we're talking about ad accounts that they're spending 200, 300K. In ad accounts that they're spending on the range of $500,000, you will have to do a mix of CBO campaigns and Advanced Plus campaigns for sure. But in smaller ad accounts, you can either go with only CBO campaigns, only Advanced Plus campaigns. It's up to what is working better into your ad account. My disagreement is going with only one campaign for the reasons that we discussed earlier about the fact that the hot pockets that are going to be formed, if you just keep increasing the budget over there, eventually they're going to fail and you're going to be left with nothing. So it's better to have a structure with several campaigns, with different creatives from different periods. Try to keep them all live, try to have them spend what they have to spend in order to be profitable, and just try to scale your account like this by doing several campaigns and not just by scaling one campaign. Let's go and discuss a little bit about the average results over here. One big mistake that I see that people do is that, for example, you have 10 campaigns into your ad account, and you're seeing that one of them is having, let's say that your break-even ROAS is 3, and you're seeing that one of them is having 4 ROAS, so you say, okay, perfect, this is a good campaign, and you see another campaign having 2 ROAS, and you say, okay, I'm going to close this one. The answer is no. You need to watch the average results. You need to have the same way that we have in the CBO campaign. You need to see your campaigns in a level of ad account. So if in average you are getting 3.5, you should not close the 2, because the 2 is also volume, and there is no such thing as I'm scaling and my ROAS are also higher every time that I scale. When we are scaling, the ROAS are dropping, and everybody is telling that. Whoever is not telling that, most probably it's lying. So the situation is that when you are having even a campaign which is not doing well, you need to still watching the average, because the moment you're going to close, for example, one campaign or replace it with another, you don't know what kind of balances are going to be created inside your ad account. And yes, the ad accounts are also getting trained, and I have seen this extensively because there are times that I'm spending more than 50 or 60K in another account, and there are other accounts that they don't let you spend. They have a hidden spending limit because they are afraid that if you get hacked, somebody is going to spend 50K or 60K, and you need to ask for a permission to spend more and so on. So in cases that I would like to spend for some period 50K, 60K per day, and the ad account has 40K limit, I'm using other ad accounts in the business manager. And I can tell you that the results of the first ad account, which is having most of the data, and it's having all of these years of data and spending and all of that, they cannot compare even with 40K spend, and the others are spending 5K, the other ad accounts are spending 5K with the same creative, same target, same everything. The results are completely different, and the ad account with the big spend, it's having much better results from the ad accounts that they don't have a lot of spend, and they're fairly new comparing to the main one. So yes, the ad accounts are also getting trained. One last thing that I want to mention before we close. It's a very complex topic for me, but for me it's one of the fundamentals to know into your Facebook ads about the hot pockets, how to optimize CBO campaigns, how to optimize Advantage Plus campaigns, and then everything else in terms of your philosophy is going to change if you start embracing these ideas and you start using them and understanding them. One last thing, and this is the bonus of the presentation today. If you are having something that is working, first of all, don't touch it. Just do another campaign, duplicate it. But even if, let's say, for a period, and we mentioned earlier about pixels that are new, and for 2-3 days they're having good results. The reason for that, by the way, is that Facebook wants to give you a push. It wants to give you a sale or two in the first 1 or 2 days in order for you to get some sales so that your ad sets can continue optimizing. So this is how Facebook is doing it, and we know that the first 24-48 hours are always good because of that reason. And the thing is that when you're having new pixels, you're having this effect. 2-3 days good results, then they die, and then you have to do it again. And a lot of times people go an extra step and they say, I have to do something else, this is not working anymore. No, if something is working as a campaign, first of all, as we said, you don't touch it. But even if you touch it and it's ruined, duplicate it and start it all over again. Do relaunches. Relaunches are very important. And you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time that some of your ads are failing because of some bad days. Or if you have a new pixel and you're having 2 good days into your ads and then they just die, and what are you going to do? You will just have to try something completely different. No, just try again the same thing, which is being explained from what we said in this presentation. New hot pockets, it's going to optimize again, and so on. Randomness of the initial results it's a very important concept that you need to understand. And the relaunches over here are a very important tool, because after some point when you're having something working, it doesn't mean that you cannot revive it. Just duplicate it, run it the next time, the next day at 6 a.m. in the morning, and you will see that it's going to start producing sales again and again, and you can do it several times. One small thing, the more you do it, the more you will see that this campaign is going to have a smaller lifespan. Just try to not do it super extensively, especially with new pixels. Just wait 2 or 3 days in order to see if your ads are not working. The whole point of you having a new pixel, starting your new business, is that you need to have consistency. At the start, with most brands, we don't care about profitability. If the profitability is there, it's fine. But we do care about having consistency in our results. Having 1 sale per day, 1 sale per day. We don't care about having 3 sales in 1 day and then for 4 days no sales and then 3 sales the other day. We don't like that, because it means that our pixel is not ready to start doing serious ads. So relaunches are going to help you a lot, even in old ad accounts that you had something working and it stopped, or in new pixels that you are having this inconsistency of results and you need to launch campaigns all the time until you are having some solid results. That's all I had. I hope that you like this presentation. I hope that you took some value out of it. I would like to thank you if you stayed until the end and you are not bored from me talking. I'm going to put this slide over here, which is having my website, where you can see my free course, of course, and my paid course, my mail, and you can see also the link for my YouTube channel, which is my name. And then I have a Facebook group where we have a community and people ask questions and we answer there, and also my Instagram. All of these things are things that you can find me, contact me. If you have any proposal, I would be more than happy to hear it. And don't forget that inside YouTube, there's a lot of value there, more than 300 videos, and also I have a podcast every week. I think that if you like Facebook ads the same way that I do, that you will find it extremely helpful. And don't forget that until we meet again, be creative and be consistent.
Thank you, Konstantinos, for a great presentation. And our next speaker is Veronica Gentili. She is digital entrepreneur, top social media expert, author from Italy. She will talk about Instagram News 2023, how to skyrocket your Instagram marketing strategy in 2023. Veronica has over 10 years of experience in Facebook marketing, with thousands of hours of training and millions of euros in Facebook and Instagram ads, managed directly or supervised for her clients. She is Meta Buyer Professional certified. She's been working for years as a Facebook marketing expert for international brands at Espresso and Hootsuite, two of the most well-known companies in SMM worldwide. Veronica wrote 4 books about these topics in the past 6 years, and she is running the Veronica Gentili Academy since 2017, training more than 10,000 professionals. Hi, Veronica, how are you?
Hey, fine, thanks. Nice to be here. Greetings
We are
from
really
Italy.
happy to have you here.
Awesome. I'm so happy to be here. I just upload my presentation. It seems like I cannot upload a PDF. Could it be?
Yeah, you can do it through using plus presentations, and PDF is okay.
So let's try to do with this, if it works. Local video, just MP4. I try with the screen sharing, could be
Yeah,
working.
sure, you can do screen sharing too.
Yes, so there we go with the screen sharing. Okay, let me take it. Okay, a bit of live issues. Okay, there we go. Just let me know if you can see it.
Not yet now, but I think, yeah, you will have it.
Here we go. Can you see it moving? Because there we go. It should be full screen.
Yeah, we have full screen and you can start.
Awesome, thank you. So I got my presentation. I come from Italy, as you can hear by my accent. And this is what we are going to talk about today. So where are we now with Instagram? A lot of news. We'll see the most important news, subscriptions, Meta verified, threads, and so on. The last news you definitely need to know. And Instagram marketing best practice. I will share with you some of the most interesting, I think, very interesting stuff about what's working on Instagram on these days. Carousels or reels. And then I brought to you a case study because rumors said that organic reach is dead on Instagram too, and it's going slower and slower day by day. But is it true, or we can still have a big reach with no budget? So this is one of my newest case study I want to share with you today. But first, let's start with this Instagram today. So we've been through a TikTok wave. And we saw that Mossetti, the head of Instagram, he tried to make Instagram like TikTok, a lot of reels, and most of all, a lot of content suggested by artificial intelligence. Do you remember? A few days ago, we were seeing a lot more artificial intelligence suggested content on our feed. And they had a lot of complaints because of this. Do you remember the petition made by Kardashians, make Instagram again? And then they took a step back. They said, okay, maybe this is too much TikTokization. This is too much artificial intelligence stuff. So they took a step back and they moved to a more specific content for Instagram. I mean, they're still doing a lot like TikTok, especially on the Reel tab. We will talk about that in a minute, but it came back. So now you see much more stuff from your friends, less adjusted content. But keep in mind that artificial intelligence is still a big part of Mark Zuckerberg plans. So they plan to have kind of 40% of contents in our newsfeed on Facebook and Instagram managed by artificial intelligence. So right now we are seeing a lot from friends, but we are going to see much more stuff in our feed suggested from different people that we may like. It's different for the Reel tab. There we see a lot of new stuff coming from new brands, new creators we maybe don't know. But what are the biggest new we need definitely to know? Instagram is getting more and more creator-centric. We are in the creator era. You know, this platform these days, in order to grow, they need content, they need creator. And so Instagram and Facebook, Meta is pushing a lot on creators. There are more monetization tools. We'll see subscriptions in a minute. You know, yesterday they rolled out subscription in Europe too, in many countries in Europe. So it's a very cool monetization tool we could take a look at. There are more granular insights. I'm going to show you some more granular insights we can take a look at and good suggestions coming from Instagram. There are broadcast channels. I don't know if you already tried broadcast channels, but as we will see, they could be a great tool in order to get traffic and conversions too. They're meta verified. Have you heard? Are you verified these days? Before, getting verified was just for big spenders and big brands. Now everyone could buy its meta verified badge, and it's a very good monetization model for Meta. Think that rumor says that they get 44 million subscriptions just in one day. It means more than 600 millions in one day, just with Meta verified. So yes, it's a very cool business model. You need to think about if you want to get verified. It's true that getting verified could lead more credibility, could lead more a better support from Meta, because you have a straight line for support from them. But Meta verified should be, I think it should be for who's working with Instagram and Facebook. The normal citizen could get nothing else from that. It's just saying, okay, I have a blue badge, but it means nothing. It's just money and not well spent money. And then we got threads that we will talking about briefly later. So talking about subscriptions, they have expanded access to subscriptions. Now, if you have more than 10K followers, you reside in Australia, Brazil, Canada, Italy, Japan, Germany, a lot of European countries too, you can monetize straight from Instagram, which could be cool, could be a cool model. Pay attention to this. I mean, you should have an editorial plan for this, and mostly you need to have an audience really engaged with you, willing to pay to hear from you. Otherwise, it could be a failure. Then we have broadcast channels. I don't know if you tried that. I am trying this new tool, and I have to say that it's really cool. The open rate is great. Take a look at this. I got 30,000 followers, about 30,000 followers on Instagram, and I have 2.2 thousand members in my channel, which is a pretty good conversion rate. But the coolest thing is the views. As you can see here, my last post, I made a post here, you can share links to. It has been seen from 1.7 thousand people on 2.2. So it's a lot. The reach is great. And the CTR also could be great. I'm monitoring the conversion rate of this channel, and since this is a very new promotion, I've not the final data, but believe me that channels could be a very cool tool to use in order to nurture your community and to nurture your leads too, because you can get leads straight from there, sharing resources with lead forms and whatever. And it could be also a conversion channel if well used. So take a look at that. Then they're coming with more granular insight for Reels. I think this is a very cool data. Right now, some creators, this is a screenshot coming from one of my clients, can see not only the audience retention, which is very cool to be known. So you can see what's the sweet point, the sweet spot in your Reels in order to where you lose people or they get engaged, and find the sweet spot for your Reels. But also now you may know how many followers you got from your Reels. So you can see which Reels are better in terms of following growth, which is one of the metrics you may measure. Is just an up funnel metric, but it's cool to know which one is leading more followers. So you can work a bit with more middle growth Reels, up funnel. If you want to talk about funnel, it's more a flywheel, but let's talk it as a funnel. What kind of Reel is working better to gain followers, and so on. And then there's another area. I don't know if you took a look at that, but it's pretty cool, which is content creators, from creators like you. If you have a creator profile and you dig into your professional dashboard, you may find the content from creators like you. And then you find the best contents from creators similar to you. And so the algorithm is pretty cool in finding creator similar to you. So you may want to interact with them, learn from them what's working, so you can do something similar to them, and also create collaborations with them, because creators similar to you may have your same audience. So you can think about create some affiliate marketing stuff or whatever in order to increase your audience and find new prospects. So this is a very cool area. And then just a brief word about threads. You've heard about that, and it's been massive. I mean, they gain more than 100 million followers, 100 million downloads and subscribers in just 5 days. It's been more powerful than TikTok, than ChatGPT, but in the end, think that on these days there are big rumors about the fact that a lot of people is not using actively threads. If you take a look at some of the stats they are going around in the net, you see that in these days, it seems like that just 23 million of these users are really active on the platform. So we need to see in a longer term how it's going to move. And there's also the bad side of threads. It's not active in Europe, as you know. And this is a screenshot I took straight from Mosseri profile. He said that it's going to take many months for Europe to get threads, because you know the laws, GDPR and European privacy laws. So It's not time to have it. It's not so. It's pretty far the time when we are going to see threads, according to Morseri in Europe. And on the other side, it seems that that is not that working as they said at the very beginning. So keep an eye on that and see how it works. And there are also very cool news for brands too, not just for creators. You know, we got creators, we got brands. Brands could be creators or businesses in terms of profile. And for businesses, the business profile, there are news too. You can have up to 5 links in bio. Before you could have just one, so you can add more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 links in bio. Think about that and use it safely, using the most important links for your business in order to explain who you are, get leads, get conversions. Use it. You can create group profiles, so you can. There's this new tool. I don't think it's that cool, but they are working with that. They have rolled out this tool, the group profile tool, where you can add more users and share posts, reel. It could be cool if you are kind of a chef and you want to share recipes with the users or something like that. But think about where you want to spend your time. There are new Instagram ads. They are coming with ads in search results. You know, there are a lot of search over Instagram and TikTok, especially from new generations. They use it. They use Instagram and TikTok as they were Google for millennials. So it could be very cool to test ads in search results. And they also added reminder ads. So people can opt into convenient reminders and receive 3 notifications from Instagram one day before, 15 minutes before, and at the time of the event. This is something new, very cool to test. Also, there's the Inspiration app. I don't know if you took a look at that. You can find it on your business suite, where you can find some reels and content that are working in your country from creators, so you can get inspired. There's the Reel Trending tab. This is something we have been waiting for a lot, similar to what's for TikTok, where you can see the most trending reels, where you can see the most trending reels for categories. At this time, it's just for US, but we hope is going to roll out in Europe too. And then they made a massive upgrade on templates. I don't know if you tried templates, but it's a very cool and easy way in order to make very quick reels. Because one of the biggest problems brands have with reels is that they take time, they take, skills in order to be created. With templates, it's super easy to create reels, also for very small brands. So my suggestion here is to test it. Also because with upgraded templates, it's getting easier to create reels, starting with photos, for instance. And then there's the template browser. They added the template browser. So you can browse templates by category, organized by recommend, trending templates. So if you try a trending template, you have much more chances to get more exposure. Let's test templates. And I've been talking about a lot of tools, but seriously, you don't have to use them all. You don't have to be everywhere. You don't have to use everything. Just focus your attention on what's more strategical and relevant for you. Maybe group profile is not your cup of tea. Maybe broadcast could be a very cool thing for your brands in order to create a deeper connection with your community. Think and analyze all these solutions and dive into the best for you, because the problem is that sometimes we open a lot of windows, but in the end we don't know what to do, and we waste time in worst solutions for us. Then, what is actually working on Instagram on these days? I brought to you some among the newest stats. If you want to maximize reach on these days, this comes from Social Insider. It's brand new. I mean, the time frame is from January 22 to May 23. You need to use Reels. They have the best reach potential. There's no other format, in my experience too, that could have a broader reach than Reels. Also, keep this in mind. When they goes trending, when a reel goes trend and you get a lot of views, a big part of these views are not targeted views many times. I mean, reels, especially trending reels, are very good for an up and I can say an awareness and consideration strategy, not on the lower part. When it comes to conversions, usually you need to work more with other formats and especially with ads. But in terms of awareness and consideration strategy, Reels are the best. I think it's the best format to work with. And data are telling this. They have the best reach potential. And when it comes to engagement, engagement on Instagram is getting lower and lower over years. The best engagement rate platform these days is TikTok. And one among the worst is after Twitter, that is changing its name, is Facebook, but people is still there. They do not interact that much, but they are still there. But turning back to Instagram, the engagement rate, the average engagement rate is 0.6. But when it comes to Reels, it's still the best engagement format. It's 1.23. So when it comes to engagement, if we want to engage people, Reels are still the best format. But here we have a surprise, because when it comes to comments, which is the best form of engagement rate, I mean, you have reactions, shares, saves, comments. Comments is when someone is writing down something to you. So it's a deeper engagement action. Well, the best is carousels. So in my opinion, the best strategy nowadays is a mix of real carousels and story, of course, because stories is the best way to engage to the deepest part of our community. So shares behind the scenes and stuff like this. So these are the best format. And I do believe a lot in Reels, and I think Reels are one of the best formats when it comes to demonstrate that the organic reach is not dead. I took this creator profile. It started with just 20. This is a case study. It started with just 20,000 followers, so it was not a big profile. 20,000 followers. The creator. It was a very, very well-known person, a very well-known showwoman, but it has not a big following. We start with a reel strategy, with 1 reel per day. Starting from few seconds reel, 7-8 seconds, to longer reels, 130 minutes. We also shared some videos, but mostly reels. And the strategy was mostly based on reels. And we reached, in just 2 months, 2.5 million accounts with about 1 reel per day. We didn't just reach a lot of accounts, but we had 1.7 million reel plays, more than 187 interactions. These clients asked me for the first part of the strategy to increase awareness and engagement, to create a community. So I focus more on these metrics, engagement and follower base, growing and stuff like this. Then after this strategy, we'll start with a lower lower strategy based on conversions and stuff like this. But this was my main goal, to increase his following base, to increase the awareness, to make this creator more well known to his audience. And that's what we did. It was totally organic. We didn't spend a cent to achieve these results. So what I'm gonna say is that if you have great content, you can reach a lot of people for free. The algorithm is made to share and spread what's really entertaining and is interesting for people. I know that it's much more easier if you're a show business, if you put a face on it. That's the point. I've seen that when you put a face on it, this is what also data are saying, you have much more possibilities of reach people. I know that for brands, it's much difficult it's almost impossible to reach results like this. As I said before, the showbiz is a very it's one amongst the easier field to grow in social media advertising. But I want you to keep this as a case study. You can reach a lot of people for reach on Instagram. That was my first question. Yes, you can. If you do that consistently, if you post consistently, if you use the right format, and in this case, words real, and if you have something relatable, interesting, useful to share. So what are my marketing strategy tips for this year? Test templates, especially if you struggle with reels because they could be too complicated to you for small clients. I know it could be a mess. Use templates. Act as a creator. Creators are pushed by the platform. So we need to act as creator. We need to build, engage, educate. If you keep just posting promotional content, talking just about you, the algorithm will bury you. You will not be seen from anyone. Use your profile strategically. Your bio, the call to action, the link, pinned posts, pinned reels, it all have to be consistent. It all have to bring people attention to what's most important for you. If you have a promotion, just put a CTA and a link straight to the promotion. If you want to grow your reputation, use story highlights in order to say more about you and so on. And please, especially if you are a brand, a commercial brand, use collabs and partners with creator collaboration. Now you can add up to 3 creators to a post and have it displayed on 3 different profiles. Use them. Use creators. If you do not have a face to put on your brand, just partner with creators. Reach people on their shoulder, which is easier than go straight just by yourself. So these are my main takeaways. Even if you are not a creator, act a creator. This is the only way you have to survive and grow in these days. It's a mature social media marketing world. It's not like 10 years ago. I started 12 years ago when you had just to put a cool pictures and few lines and you were done. Now it doesn't work. You need budget if you want to reach more more performance goals, and you always need budget. Just if you're not a creator with conversion goals, you may not want to add budget, but usually it takes budget in order to get results. The case that I showed you, it was just to show you that you can have a great reach if you have great content, but it's not the law, it's not the normality. Analyze your reels. You have much more data to analyze these days to find the sweet spot, what's working in terms of duration, in terms of topic, in terms of timing, and so on, and iterate. And remember, it doesn't have to be perfect. Research is showing us that unpolished, unperfect contents are working better, especially when it comes to advertising, than perfect and polished ads. The Shutterstock effect is the worst thing you can have when it comes to social media advertising and social media content. So in order to get engagement and exposure, the content has to be valuable. The brand I showed you before, where we had a lot of results, the content were not absolutely perfect. Sometimes, to be fair, they were pretty old videos, but it worked. It worked because people could relate with that. Even if they were not that polite, even if they were not in high definition, the audio was not that good, but it worked. So don't be perfect, be valuable. Hope it's been interesting for you, and you can find me on LinkedIn, on Instagram, and on Twitter. And I would love to have your feedback on my channels. So if you have some questions, I'm happy to hear about that.
Veronica, thank you for great speech. I will start from usually philosophical and futuristic question. We were discussing the death of TikTok. What do you think about the death of Instagram? Will the TikTok kill the Instagram?
Oh, wait, can you say that again? I lost you.
Yeah, sure. What do you think about the future of competition TikTok, Instagram? Will the TikTok kill Instagram?
Well, that's a big question. I mean, TikTok is working a lot, especially with new generations, and it's running fast. I also saw that they are getting better and better in tracking. They made the pixel more powerful in TikTok. I don't know how it's moving. At this time, I think they are head to head in some way, because Instagram is running fast. They are investing a lot in creators. Sure. They are differentiate their investment, so head to head.
You named a lot of great tools today. What are your favorite tools for competitor analysis on Instagram?
Well, one very good is Not Just Analytics, which is a very cool tool. It's Italian, made by an Italian guy, and you compare Instagram and the TikTok profiles. My love tool, which I've been using for years, is Fan Page Karma.
Sure.
It's not that cheap, but when it comes to a very deep analysis, when it comes to an analysis on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, when you want to understand which format is performing the best, what's the best time, I think that's the greatest competitor tool you may use.
Great. Thank you, Veronica. I don't see questions right now, so I want to say thank you. Thank you for answering the question and joining us today, and have a great day.
Thank you. Bye, Anton. See you soon.
Yeah, bye-bye. Guys, unfortunately, from our 15 minutes break, we have just 4 minutes, but I think it will be enough for you to take a cup of coffee, a cup of tea. So we have 4 minutes to rest, to make your coffee, tea, short rest, and we will come back in 4 minutes with 3 another great speakers. So be online with us and see you in 4 minutes. Guys, we are on the final wave. We have 3 great speakers right now, and I'm happy to present our next speaker. It will be Wyld, SEO at Wyld Media Canada. The topic will be how to leverage TikTok trends. We've already talked about TikTok, and we will talk about TikTok one more time again. Wyld is TikTok's short form video marketing expert. She has helped thousands of creators and business owners grow their TikTok accounts with a content first and community approach. With a background in personal branding, Wave launched a brand on TikTok as the queen of trend alerts, which then started the movement of trend alert style videos that has become a mainstay with the social media industry. Wave is a member of TikTok's invite only creator community program, as well as YouTube's short creators community, and regularly appears in national media, top rated podcasts, and social media summits. So let's meet Wave. Hi, Wave. How are you?
Hello. Happy Social Media Marketing Day.
Yeah. Happy Social Media Marketing Day, and we are happy to learn what TikTok prepares for us, and you prepares for us.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here.
Me too.
Okay, so I can just go right into my slides. Let me know if you can see them.
Yeah, sure. We see your screen and your
Okay,
slides.
awesome. Let's get started. So welcome to How to Leverage TikTok Trends. First of all, I want to say thank you to SkillsBooster for inviting me to this epic event. I hope you all have been learning so much from all these amazing speakers. Today, I hope to shed some light on how you can use TikTok trends, to how they work, and how you can use them to get more visibility for your personal brand or your business. So let's just dive right in. Now, you might be wondering, who is Wyld and why should I even listen to her? Well, yes, as Anton said, I am the OG queen of trend alerts. I started TikTok back in 2020, and I really just started to notice the patterns in trends, and I began sharing them on my account just over 3 years ago. And this really helped to grow my account quite fast. And I used that to leverage my personal brand, because I came from a background in personal branding and digital marketing. And one of the first things I noticed when I got on TikTok was that everyone needs to stand out. So I came up with this queen of trend alerts persona, and that helped me to get featured on TV, summits, and podcasts. I did start off clueless on TikTok, so I totally know how you feel if you don't understand the culture of the app, if it feels overwhelming. And really, the way that I learned TikTok was by watching videos. Yes, watching videos, but being very mindful and more like studying them. So really just noticing patterns in what was working, what's not working on videos, looking at things like what call to actions they're using, or even the comment section. So I'll tell you right there, looking at the comment section of videos is a gold mine of customer data. And then I launched my business doing account reviews. After around 400, I felt confident enough to launch more offers, more services, courses, membership, and so on. My claim to fame is that I helped an account by the name of @MentallyGreat, which is a mindset and motivation account, go from 8,000 to 1 million in 2 months, which was a lot of fun and pretty crazy. So if you have questions about that, I am happy to share how we did that. The first thing I want to do is define what a trend is on TikTok. Now, trend, right? It's a very open, broad word that can mean a lot of things. So I am not talking about this sort of thing here. Right now on TikTok, there is a trend where people are jumping off of moving boats. I do not recommend this. This is a video from a doctor who's saying, don't do this. But this is not what we're talking about today. So we're not talking about this type of trend on TikTok. The way I define a trend is that it is a combination of using a sound along with performing some sort of action in the video. So maybe the action in the video is that you have to pretend to cry and then run away from the camera. Maybe you have to walk through a door, or reach out or pretend that you're falling. So there is a sound along with performing an action. And I want to just differentiate the difference between a trend and a trending sound, because trending sounds are extremely popular on Instagram Reels. They're also popular on TikTok, but really they are not what I call trends. They are just sounds that are popular, that people like to use because they believe that it helps to boost and give your video more views. However, I want you to know that there is actually no data on how much a sound helps you get more views. But again, a lot of people like to use them, but there's no action that goes along with the sound. So today we're talking about these types of trends where there's a sound and you do something in that video. I also just want to point out the different types of trends on TikTok, because I know people join the app and they get really confused. They don't know what trends to do. They might not even recognize it as a trend. So I just want you to be aware that there are a lot of different types of trends on TikTok. There are things like challenges, and challenges is just when you repeat something that everyone else is doing to see how you can perform it. It could be physical, like a push-up challenge. It could also be something where you're moving your eyes to the beat of the music. So it is something you're just repeating. Then we have duet trends. That's a unique feature on TikTok. We have transition trends. We have POV trends, point of view. And we'll talk more about these because these are the ones that as business owners, you want to focus on for TikTok. There's other things like dance trends, trending effects, and of course, the CapCut templates are super, super popular on TikTok and really fast ways to make content. So I have two examples here of trends. I'm going to play these videos. The first one, I want you to guess what type of trend it is. So you can put that in the comments. I'll play the video and let me know what type of trend it is.
Be what I want, say what they want you to say. Like I can pretend that I don't want to and I'm afraid. Wishful drinking, tell myself that I'm not thinking about how.
So maybe you guessed it, that was a transition trend. It was very popular in 2021. I would say that one is a little bit more advanced. However, that particular trend, you do everything in the TikTok app, which is pretty cool. So transition trends, again, very popular. I have another video here. And same thing, I want you to put in the comments, guess what type of trend that you think this is. Okay, very short video. So this is actually me. I'm announcing the trend and I'm doing the trend at the same time. It could be a little confusing because I do say trending filter or trending effect, but this is actually a CapCut template. So I was announcing a CapCut template just to give you an idea of what these trends might look like. Now I want to talk to just some of the benefits of doing trends and why you should start incorporating them into your content strategy. So the first one is that they help with exposure and growth. We all know trends are really that top of the funnel type of content to get more awareness, to get more eyeballs on your brand or your business. And I know this to be true just because I've had hundreds and thousands of comments from people telling me that they went viral, they got lots of followers, they got more exposure, and that sort of thing. Now, they're also a really great way to showcase your personality. So if you make a lot of, let's say, educational content, if you're a service-based provider, you probably do a lot of educational content. Now, doing a trend really helps your audience to see a different side of you, to have a little bit of fun with it, and to show maybe a not so serious side. We don't take things too seriously on TikTok. They also help you be more relatable. And this is really key in marketing. When your audience feels seen by you, they feel heard, they feel like you understand them, it creates a really powerful connection. They are also trends, very fast and easy types of content to create. So I would say I recommend never spending more than like 5 minutes on making a trending video. They are also really powerful for lead gen and sales. I'm going to talk about that a little later. And of course, they are fun. If you are not having fun posting videos on TikTok or Reels, it's going to be harder for you to stay consistent and to keep up with it. So you want to have a little bit of fun with it. Now, I also do see some trend mistakes, so I want to talk to those very briefly as well. Sometimes I might visit an account and they're posting all trends, like every single video they post is a trend. That might be okay for like some larger brands like Duolingo, but when you're a smaller business, you really need to be sure that your audience knows who you are and what you offer. So you don't want to post too many trends. And then on the other side, I sometimes see accounts that are not posting enough trends, right? Remember, there's so many benefits here by posting the trends. So if you're not doing very many, you're missing out on some of these opportunities. And really what I want you to get from this slide is that trends overall, like they are a strategy. They are one type of content pillar, one type of video that you post. Your overall content strategy should reflect your goals and showcase a variety of video formats, right? So we're not posting too many, we're not posting too little, just a little bit in between. So the first way that you can really leverage the TikTok trends is to use the POV trends. I talked about this briefly. It stands for point of view. This can be your point of view or someone else's point of view. And these POV trends, the sounds are very short. They are typically only 5 to 8 seconds long, which is why it is so why they're so popular and fast and easy to make. Now, with the POV trends, there's always a sound that has a punchline, and you can adapt this punchline to any niche that you're in, any industry. Another reason why they are so popular on TikTok. Now, typically you will lip sync the lyrics or the dialogue. Then you use text on screen that relates to that punchline. And if you're not sure what the punchline is, like it's usually when you listen to the sound, you can usually figure it out, but you can always go watch examples of other videos to kind of figure out what is that punchline. And again, a telltale sign of a POV trend is that it starts with the first words when you, or me, or POV. So let's look at this example from a dentist, a David Cohen, and this is how he's doing a POV trend.
30,000.
So again, very short sound. All they're doing is saying 30,000, right? And so he's making this joke about how, you know, you went to the dentist, all you got cleaning x-rays, but it cost 30,000. So kind of making a joke on how, you know, it's how expensive it can be to go to the dentist. So the second way to really leverage these, the TikTok trends is to make that relatable joke. So we just saw that in the previous example, but I want to go into that a little bit more. So again, when people relate to you, they feel seen and they heard, and it's a really powerful connection to build that loyalty with your audience, right? You know that everyone knows that you need to get your audience to know you, to like you, to trust you. Again, they are a way to show your personality and have a little bit of fun, and overall that creates connection with your audience. But the real big key here when making a relatable joke is that you make it relatable from the perspective of your target audience. So we just saw that with the dentist. He didn't make a joke about something being expensive for a dentist. He made it from the point of view of people who are watching his content and learning about dentistry. Right? So thinking about your target audience. So I have another example here, and this is from an account that makes jewelry stay golden high. And you can see she's got some nose rings here. And this is her adaptation, like how she makes it into her niche with a relatable joke.
Light work, no reaction. Light work, no reaction.
Okay, it's got a little kick.
Okay, so these trends do go fast. In case you didn't get that, it didn't make sense. So the first sound, they're saying really fast, light work, no reaction. So they do that 2 times, and that's kind of means the punchline is like no big deal. But then the last time it slows down and it says it's got a little kick. So she's saying what does really hurt? What is a big deal? And so she's making a joke about how it hurts to get a nose piercing. Again, relates to her target audience because they obviously know what that feels like because they're buying these nose rings. And then the third way that you can really leverage TikTok trends is to educate. Now, I just said this, educational content, it establishes authority and builds trust. Really, really important type of content to make, especially if you're a service provider. But when you're using a trend to educate, it will depend on the sound. So you have to listen to the sound and consider what that punchline is and really think creatively about it. So there's lots of ways to make educational content, but you can use the trends to have a little bit of fun and make it entertaining. So let's watch this example from Dr. Rose's baby, who is a pediatrician. So again, in that trend, the punchline is that the thing that you do is you just wave your finger and you say no, and it's like a sped up sound of someone saying no, 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 no. So you're just, she's sharing, a fact, right? Do babies need water under 6 months old? No, they should not be drinking water. So she's just answering a question and saying no, 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 they do not drink water under 6 months old. All right, and the last way that you can really leverage the TikTok trends is to sell or promote your offer. Again, so key takeaway from this presentation, how you use the trend, the sound to promote, it really depends on that punchline. So you have to listen to that sound and think creatively, how can I use this to promote or to sell an offer? You want to frame it as a POV. That is very common because it feels less salesy. And we know TikTok is primarily seen as an entertainment platform. Typically, people don't like to watch ads. So when you can be a little more subtle or suggestive and feel less salesy, it tends to perform a little better. You also want to use a call to action. So don't forget to do this. Put a call to action in text on screen. You can put it in your caption space, make it stand out, or you can also put it in your first comment. And if you're using a business account and you're thinking, okay, so the trending, these sounds, they don't work for me, I recommend that you focus and you stick with the dialogue POV trends. So I have already shown you in the past few videos, these sounds, they would be available on the business account because they do not have any copyrighted music. If the trending sound has some copyrighted music, it's likely not going to be available. So really focus on using the ones that have some dialogue in them. And of course, I have lots of examples here. I want to show a few different variations where people are actually selling a product or where they're promoting like a freebie or a lead magnet or another social channel. So in the first example, we have Crufts Couch, who is a psychologist, and she's really promoting her lead magnet here. Crazy. So again, crazy, that's all she's saying, that Patsy Cline song, crazy. So all you have to do is put text on screen saying like, it's crazy, like what I'm doing, what I'm saying in the text. So she's saying, giving away my mini course free on what really causes money problems. That is a lead magnet. I can guarantee you have to enter your email in order to get access to that free course. So in this way, TikTok is also super, super powerful for building your list and email marketing. The next example comes from Brodo, Canada, and she sells a vegan cookie dough, like raw cookie dough in a jar.
What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
Still makes me laugh. So that was a Miley Cyrus song. Obviously, she's kind of just repeating, what does it mean? So in the trend, you would express some sort of confusion. But what she did is she took a play on how a lot of people find her videos and they think that it is slime, especially kids. Now, slime is very similar looking to her product. It's very popular with kids. So they come to her account and they keep thinking it's slime. And she's like, no, it's food that you eat. And so she's really making fun of that to create more awareness. I know for sure I can't remember exactly how many views this video had, but it was over 1 million. And I wanted to show this example because she incorporates a trending TikTok effect to promote. Okay, very, again, simple trend. This was a Celine Dion song, and you would just use this effect and pretend that you were driving somewhere fast or you had to go somewhere. And so she's being very suggestive and saying driving home on a Friday night while picking up your favorite snacks to eat alone, kind of making it funny. And she's holding her product there. And then the last example comes from Kim Albin, who is a UX and AR designer. And I wanted to show this example because she's promoting her YouTube channel. So again, when I say promote, you can think of ways to make content, use the trends to promote your other social media channels.
Okay, so you're this? Yeah. But you want this? Yeah. Okay, so in order to get that, you'd have to do this.
Right, so in the very beginning, she's calling out who she wants to attract, people who want to learn more of this UX and AR augmented reality. And then she tells them where to go. So this is one of these types of trends where you either replace the words or with the pauses, you fill in the words in text. And that's what she did there. Okay, so if you are thinking, what is next? I have a guide for you called the 7 Mistakes That Prevent Your Trend Videos from Going Viral on TikTok and Reels. So I give you way more information in there on guidelines for using trends. You can scan that QR code and sign up. That's completely free. And that's it. So thank you for having me here. We can open it up to questions. If you took some screenshots, please tag me on Instagram. And if I don't get a chance to answer your question, you can also on Instagram, just send me a DM. And my socials are @WaveWyld. TikTok and Instagram are my primary platforms. However, you can really find me everywhere. So @WaveWyld. Thank you.
Yep. Wave, thank you for a great speech. We have a few questions in the chat. What about using TikTok in hard niches like agriculture? Do you have good case studies and can you share them?
Oh my gosh. You could totally, everything is on TikTok, every niche. So I actually just stumbled upon tree planting TikTok the other day, and I started watching all these videos of tree planters in Northern Canada who are, planting trees and sharing their journey. And I've also seen recently, I saw another woman who's a small business, and she makes these overalls. Like this for farmers. And they're specifically for women. So they're like overalls that are designed more for women. They're not baggy, working in agriculture. So her video was viral, absolutely like insane. Every niche is on TikTok. Remember that it is, again, an entertainment-based platform. So you want to make your content fun. You don't have to make it too serious.
I've asked this question to previous speakers. What do you think? What is special in TikTok, or why YouTube Shorts or Instagram Reels couldn't kill it?
Well, TikTok, is the first to do it, but also I would say that TikTok is known for having this really incredible algorithm that gets to know you even better than you know yourself. It knows what you want to watch. So the Instagram algorithm, the Shorts algorithm is not as fine-tuned. The TikTok algorithm is really, really smart and advanced. So definitely that's what would make it different.
What are the main KPIs for TikTok? What table of KPIs or maybe a framework do you use to measure the efficiency of TikTok?
I think it depends on your goals. It's a little harder to measure conversions if you're just doing organic. So I focus on organic strategies. In your analytics, you can see which videos are converting to followers. And the analytics in TikTok is really advanced. But if you are aiming for conversions, it's probably better to go with the paid strategy with using ads. And I would say that just overall, I mean, views is a key metric. However, you do want to, it doesn't always tell you everything. You want to think about the quality of the views.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. Do we have any other questions? Okay. Just a few mentions, guys. Yes, this conference will be online. You can watch it on our YouTube channel. Just don't hesitate to like the video and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Let me see. Wait, I don't see any other questions. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for answering the question, and have a great day.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. See you on TikTok.
See you. Bye. See you on TikTok. Guys, we've just shared a little bit practice about TikTok, and before we will move to our next speaker, I want to share a little bit more about our additional special offers we have today. You need to recall that today we have a special price for all our Udemy courses that are in social media marketing topic. You can get them just for $9.99. So feel free to start teaching with us and learning blogging and influencer marketing, social media marketing strategy, Instagram marketing 2023, TikTok marketing, Facebook marketing, or grow your business with chatbot marketing. Also, I want to mention that today we have a special offer from our partner Trend Hero. Trend Hero helps you to find, check, and outreach the ideal influencers on Instagram. You can get 14 days trial, check 3 Instagram accounts up to 10,000 followers for free with the promo code SkillsBooster. And with the promo code SkillsBooster20, you can get a 20% discount on the first payment. The offers is valid until August the 1st. Also, you can find more additional special offers on our chat, and of course my colleagues will share special QR codes and links, and you can find this and another special offers in newsletters that you will get after this conference. So we are ready to present our next speaker. After Wave, we have Beth Baxter, the growth marketing at DuckSoup, and it's time to move from cool videos from TikTok to really great and efficient toolkit that can be used for your LinkedIn marketing. We will talk about how to be effective on LinkedIn. Beth is responsible for growth marketing at DuckSoup, the world's leading LinkedIn automation tool. Beth has her finger firmly on the pulse when it comes to using LinkedIn as a business growth tool. So let's meet Beth. Beth, hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm really well, thanks, Anton, and thanks for having me here today. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with everyone.
We are really happy to have you, and we are waiting from your LinkedIn insights.
Great. So my slides are ready to go. So that's great. So hi, everyone, and thanks for joining me. Today, I'm going to be talking about how to be more effective on LinkedIn. But I guess you might be wondering, who am I and what gives me the right to be here talking to you today? So just to introduce myself, I'm Beth Baxter. I have been a growth marketer at DuckSoup for 3 years. And if you haven't heard of DuckSoup, It's one of the leading LinkedIn automation tools. So it helps people to automate the more manual tasks in LinkedIn, like sending connection requests, running drip campaigns, and it really helps businesses to scale their results on LinkedIn. And as part of that, we're always talking to users, feeding them information on how to use LinkedIn, hacks and ways to make their lead generation more effective. So I guess you could say that we're at the forefront of LinkedIn. Aside from Duck Soup, I'm also founder of the Blurb Agency, which provides freelance marketing services to growing businesses. So that also includes LinkedIn services to clients. And I've been in sales and marketing my whole career, so that's since 2000, which makes me feel a little bit old. So here's what I'm going to cover today. I'm going to look at why you should use LinkedIn as part of your marketing strategy, give you some statistics to think about. We'll look at getting your basics right, so showing you some profile tips. Then we'll cover how and why to build your LinkedIn network and the benefits of doing that. And then I'm going to move on to some cool LinkedIn tricks, which you might not already know about. So things like using emails to reach outside of your network, the benefits of LinkedIn groups and how you can harness them. And then finally, touch on your content strategy and look at some tips there to help you get more leads. So let's start with why use LinkedIn. Now, obviously, LinkedIn is more of a B2B tool than a B2C tool. But in a survey run by HubSpot to over 5,000 users, LinkedIn came out as being 277% more effective than Twitter and Facebook when it comes to visitor to lead conversion. So you can see the statistics there. So LinkedIn had a 2.74% visitor to lead conversion rate compared to Twitter at 0.69% and Facebook at 0.77%. LinkedIn is also really good when it comes to laser focused targeting. So particularly we love Sales Navigator. It's got more advanced search function, and the more targeted you can be with who you're reaching out to, obviously the more relevant your messaging can be and the more results you can get. So LinkedIn is brilliant for its ability to target really good lists. Thirdly, LinkedIn has really up-to-date data. So active users on LinkedIn will be regularly updating their jobs, their skill sets, their contact information, and LinkedIn will reflect that real time. So whereas 30% of business data goes out of date every year, with LinkedIn, you're much more likely to get an up-to-date list of contacts with contact information. LinkedIn also has higher open rates than email, and LinkedIn statistics say that emails get a 57.5% open rate compared to 21.6% open rates with emails, and we'll come on to talking about that in a bit. LinkedIn also offers more engagement opportunities than other platforms. So groups, you can obviously join and communicate with people inside of groups. It's got a great content platform, and also you can form connections with people, which allows you to talk directly to them. Email just simply doesn't offer that capability. And lastly, if you're not that keen on selling yourself, you're not alone. LinkedIn's a really nice platform to raise brand awareness without being pushy. So you can still be a thought leader, but do it in a non-obtrusive way. So with all these factors taken into account, LinkedIn really is one of the superior platforms, especially for B2B outreach to generate leads. And that's why so many people are getting great results from it. So let's look at some ways you can improve your effectiveness on LinkedIn. And first of all, we're going to look at your profile and give you some profile tips. Now, these profile tips actually come from one of our users, one of Duck Soup's users, a lady called Tracy Enos, who is a LinkedIn guru and a LinkedIn coach. So she's got some great advice, and she's worked with us over the years to help us put these out to our users and help you to benefit from them. So the first profile tip when you're looking at updating your profile is to get to know your ideal client. There's no point in updating your profile if it's not for the right person. So there's a list of questions here that you can go out and ask. So things like, what types of position does your buyer usually hold? Come up with 10 or 15 positions that you want to target. Look at the annual revenue of your clients. So there's no point going out to big companies when you just simply can't service them. But look at your existing client base and say, well, what kind of revenue do they have? So you can relate to potential new targets. What are the biggest challenges your ideal client faces? What are the top 3 things that keep them up at night? So by knowing and understanding their issues, you can relate your profile back to that. What type of services have they already tried? What do they like? What do they dislike? What do they consider when they're buying services like yours? And what are their top 3 goals? Now, one of the ones that I think is really important is what keywords are they using to find services like yours? And if you understand the keywords that people are looking for to solve their problems, you can start to use those keywords in your profile. Now, one of the best places to do this research is with existing clients. So ask your clients these questions. It's the best place to start. They're more likely to be open with you and tell you. And then you can get a really good sense of who your ideal client is that you want to then go out and target on LinkedIn with your outreach activities. So after you've started to understand your ideal client, you can start to work on your profile. So let's look at spending some time on your headline. 99% of LinkedIn activities are tied to your headline. Now, many headlines just have a job description and a company name, so it might say CEO, owner of a certain company. Now, really, that's not enough in this day and age. You should be including the problems that you want to solve in your headline, because so many people come across your headline. It's the ideal place to actually grab someone's attention, tell them the problems you solve, and start to make people think, oh, I want to talk to this person and they're interesting to engage with and maybe do some business with them. So I'm going to show you some profiles here. Now, Tracy Enos is the lady I said has actually shared these tips, most of these tips with us. So here's a couple of profiles. I'll just run through their headlines. So does your LinkedIn profile bring the heat? We do LinkedIn profile and company page makeovers and sales navigation coaching. Award-winning author of LinkedIn Publishing to Profits. So we can see here the benefits of what she's bringing, what she does for clients. You've got some keywords in there. Sales navigator coaching is a particular keyword that she wants to target that people are looking for that might use her services. So it's not just what her job title is and position, it's the services she brings and the benefits she brings. And also what's nice about Tracy is in her banner at the top, she's offering something for free. She says, grab your free checklist now. She's included a link to that checklist. So you can go ahead to that link, get something for free. And I think on that page, it's a gated form. So she in return will gather your details and it'll be an instant lead for your business. Now, another actual Duck Soup user that we work closely with who has a great profile headline is Gaurav Sharma. So his headline says, helping businesses grow their traffic, leads and sales. So that's what he does for clients. Those are the challenges that he's solving. And then he uses some keywords such as content marketing, SEO, CRO, affiliates. And then he talks about some credibility. So recognized as the top 100 content marketing influencer. And finally, his title, founder of AtRock. But again, in the banner, I help businesses grow their website traffic and generate leads. So that's the first step to looking at your profile, is addressing your headline. You also have an about section on your profile, and this should be optimized as well. So your about section is a great place to share the story or share your story in the first person. So you should be here talking about what you do, who you do it for, why you do it so well, what are some of the outcomes and results you've had for customers. It's kind of your opportunity to blow your own trumpet, but again, do it in the first person. What people really want to know when reading your about section is what's in it for them when working with you over your competition. And a little tip here is when you go to someone's profile and you look at their about section, you'll see a see more. So you'll only actually see 3 lines, and then you have to click see more to read the rest of their about section. So if you've got any particularly strong value proposition, a hook, a call to action, put it in the first 3 lines above see more, and people are more likely to then click on it and read the rest of your about profile, or about section, I should say. So again, here's Tracy Enos's about section. We help business professionals, entrepreneurs and business owners grow their businesses to 6 figures or more through our LinkedIn marketing frameworks. So she's talking about who she works with. She's talking about what she does for them. And then some of the successes. We have successfully consulted thousands from the solo entrepreneur to the 50 million SaaS companies generating millions in new business. So she's saying there, she's generating millions in new business for clients. So that's kind of, some of the successes that she's achieved. And then she talks about services. So my final tip on your profile before we move on is make your photo stand out. So if someone does a search and you want to come up in that search for services or whatever your potential ideal client is looking for, then make your photo stand out against the rest of them. Now, a good tip here is to use a coloured background, but it's also about being approachable. So dress in the way that your audience would expect you to dress. There's no point wearing a suit and tie and looking like, a particularly business orientated accountant if you're targeting marketing people who like a more relaxed approach. So you should be business focused, but again, have an approachable demeanor to your target market. And that will help your profile stand out and help people actually contact you. So we've talked about profile. The next step in your LinkedIn effectiveness is building your network. And why should you be building your LinkedIn network? What's the benefit to always having a big LinkedIn network? The more connections you have, the more second and third degree connections will open up for you to be able to connect with. You can also send free direct messages to your first degree connections. And this is when we're starting to get into lead generation. Really, you're going to have to start using direct messages and outreach to generate leads. So unless they're a first degree connection of yours, you're not really going to be able to take the next step of generating leads. The other thing is the more connections you have, the more likely people are to like, share, or comment on your content. So content's a great way, which we'll come on to raise brand awareness. And if your connections like and interact with your content, then it will push it into their feed. So their connections start to see your content, which is a great way to raise brand awareness. And the final reason to grow your network is LinkedIn will allow you to do more outreach activity the more connections you have. So we always say that if you're really going to start scaling your lead generation on LinkedIn, you should grow to at least 150 connections before using automation tools and before speeding up your process, because that's LinkedIn's internal algorithms. The more activity you put in and the more you build your network, the more it will allow you to do. So let's look at the steps of building your network. So step one when growing your LinkedIn network is to find your audience. And there are 3 ways of doing this. Now, for those of you that have never heard of a Boolean search, it's a LinkedIn search that you can put in the search bar. Just look at the image there of your LinkedIn search bar. But you can include and or not work keywords to actually refine down your list. So for example, you could put in there CEO or owner, not manager. And LinkedIn will then show you all the results where the title meet those descriptions, but don't have manager in them. And then obviously you can, here I've got second degree connections only. So you can actually add filters like locations, companies, industry sectors, for example. So the first way to find your audience is by running a LinkedIn search, but we recommend that you use a Boolean search to make it more accurate. The second way to find your audience is to use lists already in LinkedIn. So some examples here are people that have viewed your profile. Now, if they've viewed your profile, sending them a connection request, they're likely to accept it because they've already had a reason to go out and view your profile. Looking at people that are members of groups, you can find lists of group members, and we'll come on to that, or people that have liked your content. And again, I'm going to share some tips on this in a minute. So your second way of finding your audience is to look at LinkedIn lists and audiences within LinkedIn. Your third way of finding your perfect audience, which we recommend is one of the best ways, is to use Sales Navigator. And you can create lead lists in Sales Navigator because Sales Navigator has 12 additional search fields. So things like activities, how many or who has changed jobs in the last 90 days, who has posted on LinkedIn in the last 30 days. Now, this creates really targeted lists, so you can be much more accurate. Again, with your messaging, you can make your messaging really relevant to them, and it just tends to increase results. So once you've got your list, depending on which way you find it, you might try all of them. A couple of little tips here is when you're doing LinkedIn outreach, test with manageable list sizes. So don't go and find 50,000 prospects and start your outreach on all of them. We recommend about 250 prospects is a nice size list to go out and test your approach, test your target audience, and analyze the results and see which ones are working. Now, the second tip here is when you've found your audience, you'll probably want to revisit them, because finding your audience is something that takes a little bit of time. So there's a couple of ways to do this. You can either, using Sales Navigator, save your leads into a lead list, or you can use a tool like Ducksuit to tag your prospects every time you go and visit them. Put a tag on them so you can come back and revisit that list and find that audience again. It might be you want to go and target them with a specific piece of content, or you want to invite them to an event. If you tag your list or have a way of finding them, then you can come back and revisit them and send them really relevant messaging in the future. So step 2 to building your network, we've talked about finding your audience. Step 2 is to send personalized and relevant connection messages. Now, this isn't going to be rocket science to everyone, but just wanted to give you some examples of what makes a good connection message. So first of all, personalization, using first names, using company names, using job titles, using companies they're at. Any way that you can personalize that message will show them that you're actually sending a direct message to them that's relevant to them. The second thing is find some common ground. So it might be a group that you're both a member of, or an industry sector that you both work in. And if you find some common ground and personalize your connection message, we've seen acceptance rates as high as 80%. The final couple of things I'll say about sending a connection messages is focus on the acceptance. You're not there to sell anything in a connection message. You just want to get them to be a first degree connection so you can start to reach out to them and generate leads with your audience there. So here's a couple of examples. So first one, hi Drake, my name is Alina and I'm a reporter at Business Insider. I saw we both work at BI and I was wondering if we could connect. I'd love to chat on the phone or go for coffee so that I can learn more about your past experience in the media industry. I also see you are connected with Joel Marino. He's my current editor. How do you two know each other? So again, they're bringing in a couple of ways that, a couple of relevancies there, both working for the same company and they have a common connection. Second nice example here is, hi Priscilla, I noticed your comment on one of the SEO posts. Happy to see that we're in the same industry. I also noticed we're both connected to Steve Toth. Hope the two reasons are enough to send you a connection request. So again, he's bringing relevancy and he's saying, I've seen you've liked my post and I've seen we've got a common connection. So this kind of connection message will see you get acceptance rates that are really high. And if you can get them up to 80%, great. So the final step to building your network is once you've identified your audience, you've got a connection message that works. And again, you can measure these, start with 250, measure your acceptance rate. You can start to automate that process. So the process of automating, using something like Ducksuit, you can send those connection requests. So you can send, you might want to send 20 every day. It will automatically fill in markers that add their first name in and add that personalization. And it just means that rather than manually going in and sending the same connection request and copying and pasting it, you've got the tool doing the job for you. Now, once you've got them as a connection, as I've mentioned before, it's important to follow up. So following up your connections is where you'll start to generate leads. You might find that just by sending a connection request, some people come back to you and say, hey, what do you do? And start a conversation. But really, the onus is on you when you've got a first degree connection to start following them up and running some nurture campaigns to generate leads. So we've talked about your connections, growing your network and getting your profile right. I'm going to talk about a few neat LinkedIn tricks that, hopefully you can go away and start using and might be teaching you something you don't know already. Emails can be used to target out of network prospects. So if you can't get people to connect with you on LinkedIn using a standard connection message, like we've just talked about, you can still reach out to your prospects on LinkedIn. Now, in-mails, as I've mentioned, have a really high open rate, of 57.5%, which is probably 3 times nearly as high as email marketing itself at 21.6%. So the reason they have such a high open rate is there are 3 touch points to emails. So they're optimized for mobile. They go into your email. So you get a notification, a push notification to your email saying that someone sent you an email. And also they go directly into LinkedIn as a platform itself. So those 3 things combined mean that the open rate of LinkedIn emails is much higher. You also get a higher click-through rate with LinkedIn email. So you can see there, it's 3.6 is the average click-through rate compared to 2.6% of email marketing. Now, with emails, you don't need to send a connection message. So you can send a direct message of up to 2,000 characters. You only have 300 characters with a connection message. So it means you can get your message straight into their inbox and you can start selling to them a bit quicker. You don't have to get them to agree to a connection before you start following up with them. The thing with emails, though, is you need to have a premium plan, so a paid plan on LinkedIn in order to be able to access emails. And you can see here some of the plans. So Sales Navigator, for example, you get 50 emails every month for free. After that, you have to start paying for them. You can roll over 3 months of emails, so the maximum you'd have is 150, but you do need a paid plan in order to benefit from emails. But if you can't connect with your ideal prospects and you want to be able to reach out to them on LinkedIn, they're a great tool to use. Now, here's a hack which you might find really useful, and a lot of our users use this and they get really good results with it. You can send free emails to open link profiles. And if you've never heard of an open link profile before, anyone with a paid LinkedIn subscription can set their profile to be an open link profile so anybody can contact them. And the way you can find open link profiles is they'll be the ones with the little gold LinkedIn logo next to their name. So you can see here, Melanie Dorado has an open link profile because she's got a gold LinkedIn logo. Now, if you don't want to pay for LinkedIn emails and they're getting too expensive, you can find open link profiles and you can reach out to them for free. So it's a great way of getting a message to your target audience for free without having to pay for emails. Now, if you are going to use emails, it's really important that you focus on the content, because if someone responds to your email or declines it or accepts it, you get that credit back for free. So emails will cost 1 credit, but you get that credit back if someone responds to your email. So this is how we recommend using emails and the content that we recommend putting into it. So start with a question, open the conversation up, hopefully engage them, get them to respond to you. Include an interesting statistic, and it might be about the market or something that's happened in the news recently. Make a bold statement, and this could be about something that you've achieved or delivered for clients, or you've worked with a competitor to do X. And reference the recipient's LinkedIn profile. So relate it back to them and say, I noticed that, you're doing this at the moment. And, that's a good way to engage with them and start to suggest that it's a reason for you to be able to talk to them or for you to be engaging with them. So lastly, use personalization and inject personality. So personalization is always key in LinkedIn. It means that someone feels that you've taken the time to actually look at their profile, be interested in what they do, and actually think about why you're engaging with them. Take your time over your emails. And again, measure your response rates. So make sure that you check which ones have got the best response rates so you can tailor your email moving forwards as you start to scale your LinkedIn activity. So finally, again, scale. So the best way to scale is with automation. You can do it manually, but it will take time. So Ducksuit, for example, can send hundreds of emails a day, and you can actually set it to skip all profiles except for open link profiles. So you're getting hundreds of free emails being sent from Ducksuit every day. It's great for lead generation with those high open rates. It's great for conversion of leads. It fills your pipeline, and you can then spend more time on closing sales. And this is how the top lead generation experts start to really, crank up the volumes and grow their revenue and grow their business using LinkedIn. So another little thing I'm going to talk about, hack that you can use, is using groups. So groups are a great way of growing your network and, again, uncovering leads. If you're going to use groups, the first step is to research your target audience and find out what groups they belong to. Now, if you then join the same groups, you'll have access to a whole wealth of data and people and profiles that all share a common interest and could be your target market. So the way to research your target audience, if you go onto a client's profile or someone you really want to work with, go onto their profile, look in their interest section, and you can see a tab called groups, and it will show you what groups they belong to. Now, click on show all groups and it will pull up a list. And what I tend to do is look at, well, let's take 20 or 30 ideal prospects and look at what common groups they're in. And those are the ones that I start to join. And you can, again, it will give you access to a really healthy database of prospects. So the next thing you want to do is start to connect with group members. So by making your connection message relevant and saying, hey, we belong to the same group, we're both in this group, it would be great to connect. I've taken this approach and it's given a 66% connection acceptance rate. So it's really quick, it's really easy, and you can automate that process. Now, there are some groups that you might not be able to get accepted into, but the good thing is, using Sales Navigator, you can use the advanced search function to actually look for those groups, and then it will pull up a lead list of people within those groups with further search features. So you could look at, well, I want to target people in this shoe lovers group that are owners or MDs, again, use the Boolean search, are in specific geolocations. And again, it gives you a really nice list to target, and you can still target them with Sales Navigator. So if you can't join groups, it's not the end of the world. So that's groups and how you can leverage them. Again, you can automate that activity. Now, the last thing I'm going to cover is some content strategy tips on LinkedIn and how to be more effective with your content. So the first thing is, I'm sure, probably teaching you all to suck eggs, post quality content. And if you're growing your network, as we've talked about before, the more quality your content is, the more likes and shares you'll get. So you'll find your first degree connections start liking it, hopefully they start sharing it, and that will start to push your content into their connections feed. So you get greater visibility of your brand. So a good tip here is ask your colleagues and friends to comment, like, and share on your content, and it will just grow further and further. I'm sure you've all seen the posts that have, thousands of likes on it. It's because those posts have been pushed up by LinkedIn's feed because they're more popular, they're getting a high engagement rate, and they're then pushed further into other people's feeds where they're engaged with even more. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, I guess. The other thing is LinkedIn doesn't really like you to go off platform. So if you're going to post a link to your content, it always makes sense to post it in the comments, and then LinkedIn won't penalize you for having links in your main description at the top. So all of this helps you to raise brand awareness. But there's another couple of things you can do with your LinkedIn content. And you see on this piece of content here, we have 637 likes. What you can also do is you can target people that like your content. So if you were to click on that button, it will pull a list up of people that have liked your content. Now, these are great people to go and connect with, to reach out to start sending content to, and try and generate leads with. They've already seen your content, they've engaged with it, they've liked it, they're obviously relevant to you. So it's a great list or target list for you. The other thing you can do here is you can find links on other relevant content. So you don't just have to use your own content for this. If you've got a competitor or a partner or something that's being discussed in the industry in an industry group that's got lots of likes on it, you can find all the people that have liked and commented on that, and you can reach out to those as part of your outreach strategy, get them in your network and start to generate leads with them. Again, last of all, you can automate all of this. So you pull out that list of people that have liked content, you use something like DuckSoup and you just go connect, or you can send drip campaigns to them, and your lead generation really is put on autopilot. And this again is how people start to scale and fill their pipeline with very little effort, leaving you time to follow up the leads. So that's what I've got to cover today. Just to conclude what I've talked about, use LinkedIn. It's a really great tool. There's so much more you can do with it than what I've covered today. We've got loads of resources on the Ducksuit website, which I'll bring up in a second, that you can, we're putting out weekly tips and advice and hacks to use. Get your profile up to date. Use some of those tips that I've talked about. Grow your network, because it will really raise your brand awareness. Try emails and try them for free. Why not? Why pay when you can get it for free? Harness groups. Again, they're a great source of data, great way to engage with people. And finally, post good content and use content and engage with people that have commented and liked other people's contents. So those are my tips for you today. Thank you for listening to me. These are my contact details. If you do want to connect with me on LinkedIn, just look up Beth Baxter. Hopefully I'll come up. You might recognize the yellow background on my profile. We've got a blog there, which again is the link, so ducks-soup.com/blog. It's full of LinkedIn automation tips, LinkedIn lead generation tips. And lastly, you can go and try Ducksuit for free if you want to have a play with it and just see how it works. Just head over to the website. I think there's a link being put out regularly as well for a free trial to Ducksuit. And if you need any more advice, feel free to contact me on LinkedIn.
Beth, thank you for a great speech. We have a few questions for you. What is your experience of using Sales Navigator? Some people say that it's LinkedIn drugs which make your life with it forever. What do you think about using LinkedIn Sales Navigator in parallel with other toolkit of LinkedIn?
So if you're serious about LinkedIn and you really want to scale, you'll need to use Sales Navigator. The reason being, LinkedIn wants you to pay for its platform. It's no secret. It is expensive, but unless you buy it, you won't be able to scale your activity beyond a certain amount. So LinkedIn, the basic plan will only let you search for a certain number of profiles, will only let you carry out a certain amount of activity. So when you're ready to take the next steps, by all means start with LinkedIn, but you might find it becomes restrictive and it says to you, oh, you've reached your search limit today. To get beyond that, you need to go for Sales Navigator. And again, the search capability of Sales Navigator and the ability to use emails, you can't get that on LinkedIn Basic. Now, one thing I would say, and a tip that some people do, is they go and get Sales Navigator, they use it for 30 days, they extract loads of lead lists and loads of data from it, and then you upload it to Ducksuit, and they get Ducksuit to carry out all the ongoing automation activities once they've got their data. So you can actually get around not paying for a Sales Navigator license for more than 30 days or so.
We have one more question from audience. Does LinkedIn will work with sales, especially for real estate?
Yes, real estate is quite a popular market. There are lots of niches that are good for LinkedIn. It's all about, is your target audience on LinkedIn? If they are and you can find them, then certainly you can use LinkedIn for it. So I guess what you're looking at just needs to look at, and feel free to message me offline in terms of who your target audience is, and I might be able to have a look at that. But if you can identify them on LinkedIn, then yes, you can use it.
Beth, thank you for your time. Thank you for speech, answering the question. You have a great tool. We are teaching this tool in some of our courses, so we love your toolkit, and I hope that we will see you on our next events. Have a great day and see you.
Thank you. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, bye-bye. Guys, it was all about Social Media Marketing Day. We will really appreciate your feedback. Please put to us from 0 to 10 how you love our online conference. 10 if it was great, 9, 8, 7 if we have some minor things that we can make better. 0 is that it's better for you to spend the time working, going for work, etc., but not watching our conference today. Give us feedback in chat from 0 to 10. We will really appreciate it. I want to say thank you to all our today's team. Without this team, you will not watch this conference. So to Tatiana, who is organized this conference, to Nadia, who was the marketing background of all activities of this conference. I hope this conference was really helpful for you. Right now, we put this project of online conference on the pause. I think that we can come back to you in the end of the year of some new format. Maybe it will be webinars, maybe it will be some other kind of online events, maybe it will be YouTube channel. But right now it's the last but not the least online conference in this year. So I hope it was really useful for you and you've got a lot of fruitful insights. So don't hesitate to find additional information about our additional products. You can go to our courses on Udemy, to our Facebook course, TikTok course, Instagram course, social media marketing strategy course. Feel free to find all these courses on Udemy right now for the best price if you will use the QR code or if you use the coupon. Maybe that's all. I want to say thank you for joining us today. I want to say thank you to all our speakers, partners, and have a great day. Thank you and bye-bye.